is for the question to be put so that the members can consider this motion by the chairperson of the Committee on Delegated Legislation. Another business before the House this afternoon is a motion. The question will be put, and third reading. This is by the leader of the majority party. The report of the Committee of the Whole House on its consideration of the Pyrethrum Repeal Bill, National Assembly Bill number 40 of 2024, that this House do agree with the report of the Committee of the Whole House on its consideration of the Pyrethrum Repeal Bill, National Assembly Bill number 40 of 2024. The debate on the Maternal, Newborn and Child Health Bill, Senate Bills number 17 of 2023, was concluded for the second reading, and what will happen is that a question will be put so that the House can vote on whether or not this bill should be read for the second time. There will be a special motion by the Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Labour. It's on the consideration of nominee for appointment as a member of the Salaries and Remuneration Commission, that taking into consideration the findings of the Departmental Committee on Labour in its report on the approval hearing of a nominee for appointment as a member of the Salaries and Remuneration Commission laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 4th of November 2025, and pursuant to the provisions of Section 7, subsection 11 of the Salaries and Remuneration Commission Act, Cap 412D, and Section 3 and 8 of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act, Cap 7F, this House approves the appointment of the Honorable Engineer Michael Toya Kingi as a member of the Salaries and Remuneration Commission. That motion, the special motion, will be moved by the Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Labour. At Order 12 is a motion by the Chairperson, Committee on Implementation. It's on the fourth report on the implementation status of the report of the Committee on Delegated Legislation on its consideration of Public Procurement Regulatory Authority Circular number 04 of 2025, that further to the resolution of the House on 19th of August 2025 regarding nullification of Circular number 4 of 2025 on enforcement of compliance with the mandatory use of the electronic government procurement system, and pursuant to the provision of Standing Order 209, Part 2, this House adopts the fourth report of the Select Committee on Implementation on the implementation status of the report of the Committee on Delegated Legislation on its consideration of Public Procurement Regulatory Authority Circular number 4 of 2025, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 14th of October 2025, and further nullifies Circular Reference number NTPPD 1/3/14, Volume 4, dated Volume 6, dated 26th of March 2025 by the Cabinet Secretary, the National Treasury and Economic Planning, directing accounting officers to transition to the EGP system with effect from July 1st, 2025. And the other circular is number OP/CAB.6/2A. That one is also available on the order paper, which is available on www.parliament.go.ke. It's an elaborate website that has details that you need as far as legislation is concerned. There are bills there, there are records from the Hansard, there's the order paper as well. A very elaborate and detailed website, very resourceful. There's activity in the chamber. The Speaker of the National Assembly, Honorable Moses Wetangula, is now walking into the chambers to oversee of the business of the National Assembly this afternoon. My name is Edward Kabasa. Enjoy your viewing.
Waheshimiwa, tuombe. Ewe Mwenyezi Mungu ambaye kwa hekima na wema wako umetuoa nyadhifa za viongozi na mabunge, kwa ustawi wa jamii na utawala wa haki wa wanadamu. Tukusihi utazame kwa neema nyingi sisi watumishi wako ambao wameridhika kutuita ili tutekeleze shughuli muhimu za jamhuri yetu. Tukuomba uteremshie baraka zako sisi tuliokutanika hapa na utujalie tuyatende na kufikiria mambo yote tutakayofikishwa mbele yetu kwa njia ya haki na uaminifu, ili utukufu na sifa zako siendelezwe na ili kustawisha amani, ufanisi na heri nchi yetu na wale ambao hajazao wamesikabidhi mikononi mwetu. Amen. Sergeant, ring the quorum bell. Where are our whips?
If you're just joining us, the Speaker of the National the whips of the either side of the aisle to mobilize their members to come into the chambers to allow business of the National Assembly to begin on this afternoon of 5th November 2025. The quorum of the House is provided for, and the standing orders 34. A quorum of the House of a committee of the whole House shall be 50 members. So before that number is attained, then the quorum bell will be rung. If there is not a quorum present when the chair is taken at the time appointed for a meeting of the House such as this one, immediately after the saying of the prayer, the Speaker shall order the quorum bell to be rung for 10 minutes. And if no quorum is present at the expiration of the 10 minutes, the Speaker may direct that the bell be rung for a further 5 minutes. And if there is still no quorum present, the Speaker shall adjourn the House forthwith. Quorum has been achieved.
I'm back.
Honorable members, we now have quorum to transact business. Honorable members will order Kirima. Honorable members, today we have 2 CSs coming to the House. We'll start with the preliminaries and probably statements. Then we'll have the Minister for Education. I don't see the leadership here. Have you confirmed if the CS Education is here? I want us to have him at 3:30 for 30 to 45 minutes. Because our holding him here will depend on how he answers the question before the House. If he satisfies the House, and if the Speaker is satisfied, the House is satisfied. Then we release him and have the Minister for Health, Honorable Duale. So we'll do Honorable Gamba, 3:30, 3:15 to 3:30, and then we do health thereafter. The remaining 45 minutes from now to 3:30 will include a statement on roads from GK. Is he in the House? GK or the Majority Leader? They are the ones I instructed to come and give us a response. I believe they are within reach. As soon as anybody sees them, alert me. Okay, go ahead, clerk.
Order number 1, administration of oath. Order number 2, communication from the chair.
Kasiwai, take your seat. Thank you, honorable members. I have a communication on the transfer of management of the Amboseli National Park to Kajiado County Government. Honorable members, under Section 26 of the Intergovernmental Relations Act, Cap 265F, and in keeping with Article 187(1) of the Constitution, any transfer or delegation of powers between the national and county governments must be formally notified to this House. Subsection 4 of the Act provides that the National Assembly shall be informed of every such decision order. It is in this spirit that I bring to your attention a letter received in my office on 22nd October 2025 from the Intergovernmental Technical Relations Committee, IGRTC, the letter bearing the title Notification of the Transfer of the Management of Amboseli National Park to Kajiado County Government from the National Government, informs the House of an agreement signed on 14th October 2025 between the National Government and the County Government of Kajiado. The core provisions of the accompanying deed of transfer are as follows. First, the County Government of Kajiado will assume full responsibility for the day-to-day management of Amboseli National Park. This includes safeguarding its ecological integrity and fostering local community involvement through conservation, education, and initiatives promoting peaceful human-wildlife coexistence. Second, funding for the transferred function will be sourced from park revenues collected jointly via the eCitizen platform, supplemented by appropriations from the Kajiado County Government. 5% of all revenues will be retained by the national government to support wildlife research, ecological monitoring, and capacity building through the State Department for Wildlife and the Wildlife Research and Training Institute. Third, net revenues from the park operations will be shared progressively over 3 financial years beginning 1st July 2026. From the 2028-29 financial year onwards, the county government of Kajiado will receive 100% of the net revenues. Fourth, the deed is set for an initial term of 15 years, renewable by mutual consent. Both levels of government will receive annual performance reports, and the National Assembly and the Kajiado County Assembly will be kept informed. A joint comprehensive review is scheduled 2 years after the deed takes effect. Honorable members, the letter and the deed are hereby referred to the Committee on Regional Development, under whose mandate devolution squarely falls, for noting. In strict compliance with Section 26(4) of the Intergovernmental side of the matter, and I thank you. The second and short communication is to relay to this House a message of condolences from the speakers of the East African Legislative Assembly and the Transitional Legislative Assembly of the Republic of Sudan. Honorable members, I wish to inform the House that I am in receipt of communications from the Right Honorable Joseph Ndakirutimana, Speaker of the East African Legislative Assembly, and the Right Honorable Gemma Nunu Kumba, Speaker of the Transitional National Legislative Assembly of the Republic of South Sudan. These messages convey deepest condolences on the sudden passing on 15 October 2025 of the Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga, CGH, former Prime Minister of the Republic of Kenya. In his tribute, the Right Honorable Ndakirutimana extolled the Right Honorable Raila Odinga as a firebrand statesman and architect of Kenya's multi-party democracy. He hailed him as an unflinching Pan-Africanist who decried neocolonial vestiges, championed continental self-reliance, and advanced regional integration most tangibly through the arteries of infrastructure that bind our nations. To honor this indelible legacy, the East African Legislative Assembly held a special sitting on Thursday, 16 October 2025. The proceedings, a moving testament to the Right Honorable Raila Odinga's lifelong service to the East African community and the broader continent, have been transmitted to my office for the House's records, and I'll equally share with the family of the Right Honorable Prime Minister. From Juba, the Right Honorable Jema Nunu Kumba lauded the departed leader's life of sacrifice, courage, and unyielding devotion to Kenya's democratic renewal. She acclaimed his stewardship in governance, justice, and inclusion as the bedrock upon which Kenya's vibrant democracy now stands. Honorable members, on behalf of the House and on my own behalf, I wish to extend our gratitude to the East African Legislative Assembly and the Transitional National Legislative Assembly of the Republic of South Sudan for their solidarity with our Parliament and the people of Kenya in this hour of national mourning. I thank you.
Order number 3, messages. Order number 4, petitions. Order number 5, papers.
Majority Leader.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Wednesday, November 5th, 2025, afternoon sitting. Reports of the Auditor General and the financial statement for the years ended 30th June 2025 and certificates therein with respect to 1. Council of Legal Education Staff Car Loan and Mortgage Scheme. 2. Council of Legal Education. 3. East Africa Portland Cement PLC. 4. Kenya Vision 2030 Delivery Secretariat. 5. Kongoni Technical and Vocational College. 6. National Youth Opportunities Towards Advancement Credit Numbers 7355KE and 7356#KE, grant number E210KE and TFOCI 1509KE, National Industrial Training Authorities, NITA. 7. Rift Valley Technical Training Institute. 8. Support to waste management at Lake Victoria South Project Credit number BMZ number 2013-65352, Lake Victoria South Water Works Development Agency. Number 9, Tourism Research Institute. 10, Treasury Main Clearance Fund, the National Treasury. 11, Turkana University College. And 12, Witness Protection Agency. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and I lay.
Honorable Naomi, Chairperson, Select Committee on Regional Integration. Mayaka.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Wednesday, the 5th of November, 2025. Reports of the Select Committee on Regional Integration on number 1, its consideration of the amendment to Article 24(2)A of the Protocol on the Establishment of the East African Community Customs Union, and number 2, an inspection visit to the East African Science and Technology Commission, Rwanda, and the East African Health Research Commission, Burundi. I thank you.
Thank you, Irene. Chairperson, Select Committee on Member Services and Facilities. Mashagwa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House today, Wednesday, 5th November 2025. The report of the Select Committee on Member Services and Facilities on a standing visit to the National Assembly of Zambia from 24th to 30th November 2024. I thank you.
Thank you. Next order.
Order number 6, notices of motion.
Mayaka.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to give a notice of motion for the following motion. To give notice of the following motion, that this House adopts the report of the Select Committee on Regional Integration on its consideration of the amendment of Article 24(2)(a) of the Protocol on the Establishment of the East African Community Customs Union, laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, the 5th of November 2025, and pursuant to the provisions of Section 3 and 8 of the Treaty Making and Ratification Act, Cap 4D, approves the ratification of the amendment of Article 24(2)(a) of the Protocol on the Establishment of the East African Community Customs Union. I thank you. I have a second.
Next. You have a second one? Go ahead.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motion, that this House adopts the report of the Select Committee on Regional Integration on its inspection visit to the East African Science and Technology Commission in Rwanda and the East African Health Research Commission in Burundi, laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, 5th November 2025. I thank you.
Next.
Order number 7, questions and statements.
Member for Kajiado North.
Excuse me, Mr. Speaker, I request for a minute.
Chair, Departmental Committee on Agriculture and Livestock. Dr. Mutunga, I thought I saw you here. You have a statement?
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, I wish to make a statement on the inquiry into the pricing of tea in Kenya pursuant to the standing order number 44(2)D. Honourable Speaker, the Departmental Committee on Agriculture and Livestock has resolved to conduct an inquiry into the pricing of tea in Kenya as a result of complaints raised by the Honourable Members of Parliament from factories in the west of the Rift Valley, alleging that tea factories from their region have been paying farmers lower bonuses in comparison to those from the east of the Rift Valley. Additionally, farmers from the west of the Rift Valley have protested, and some have uprooted their tea plantations, citing low tea prices and bonuses. The issue of tea pricing in the country has been a subject of debate in this House, hence the decision by the committee to urgently look into it. Honourable Speaker, the tea sector is the third leading foreign exchange earner in Kenya, supporting over 600,000 farmers, smallholder farmers, and several other persons along the tea value chain. The sector has, however, been faced by a myriad of challenges, among them delayed payments for farmers and low and unsustainable prices. The challenges have been as a result of fluctuations in global tea prices, higher production costs, and challenges associated with accessing the market. The inquiry seeks to look into the pricing structure and dynamics of the Kenya's tea industry, identifying gaps in the sector, and propose policy, institutional, and market reforms that need to be made in the industry for its sustainability. The purpose of the inquiry. The purpose of this inquiry is to carry out a comprehensive review of the system of tea pricing in Kenya and evaluate its effectiveness, fairness, and sustainability. The committee will then make recommendations that will ensure that all value chain players operate within a framework that will maximize value for all stakeholders. Honourable Speaker, the specific objectives of this inquiry include to identify how the pricing of tea in Kenya is done, to establish why tea prices from the east of the Rift Valley are higher than those from the west of the Rift, to determine why operational costs incurred by factories in the west of the Rift Valley are higher than those incurred by factories east of the Rift, to identify gaps in the institutions, to identify gaps in the institutional and regulatory framework in the tea sector, and also establish inefficiencies leading to low returns to farmers. The scope of the study. In conducting the inquiry, the committee will carry out an analysis of tea sector value chain by mapping out the tea value chain from pre-production, production, collection, processing, marketing, auction, retail, and export. The committee will also identify the points at which pricing of tea is done and the determinants, and assess the flow of information and decision-making in relation to setting the prices. The committee will further review the roles of the Tea Board of Kenya and KTDA by analyzing the legal framework governing the marketing, auction, and export of tea to identify overlapping roles or policy gaps that hinder effective price regulation. Additionally, the committee will also examine tea auction process and alternative marketing channels. It will also assess the competitiveness of Kenya's tea in comparison to global producers like Sri Lanka, India, Malawi, and closer to us, we will look at the Rwandese tea and Ugandan tea. Further, the committee will examine the cost of inputs, that is fertilizer, transport, labor, and so on, and analyze factory and export profit margins and identify inefficiencies along the value chain. Farmer payment structures will be analyzed. The bonus system will also be analyzed, and deductions will also be investigated by the committee. The committee will then propose ways of improving pricing, transparency, and accountability, and suggest the value addition, diversification, and innovation strategies. Methodology is very brief, Honourable Speaker. The committee intends to use the following methods or to get information on the inquiry: review of documents, the acts of parliament, policies, regulations, reports from agencies, and other relevant documents. The committee will also, sorry, I'm reading from my phone and people are calling. Let me just...
Mutunga, wind up.
Yes, I want to. There are very many calls.
Your gadget is failing you.
The calls are coming in multiples.
When you are reading
I'm
a
just about to
statement on
finish.
your phone, you bar incoming calls.
Okay. I was on the methodology, Honourable Speaker. The second thing we are going to do in terms of methodology is hold meetings with the regulatory and marketing agencies, the State Department for Agriculture and Research, the Tea Board of Kenya, the Kenya Tea Development Agency. Also conduct field visits to factories in the west of the Rift, as we have done, which was already done. We've already done this. We shall therefore do a visit to the east of the Rift Valley, and also conduct field visit to Mombasa Tea Auction and quality analysis, as well as tea testing laboratories, and hold meetings with stakeholders in the tea sector, like the State Department for Agriculture, KTDA, and the Tea Board of Kenya. The framework for operation is also outlined on our speaker, and we intend to be done by 27th of November this year. So we are going to do this quite fast. So, Honourable Speaker, I invite members who are interested in this matter to attend the meetings with the Departmental Committee for Agriculture and Livestock, Tea Board of Kenya, and KTDA, and the Ministry, so that that will take place on the 13th of November 2025 at 10 a.m. At a venue that shall be communicated later as friends of the committee, and therefore they will have their issues resolved. Honourable Speaker, I submit.
Honourable Mutunga, order members. Members on their feet, take your seats. No Kamkunjis in the house. Honorable Mutunga, I followed your statement very closely. I had also been visited severally by a team of members led by the Kisii woman representative, Mama Donya, with Hot on her heels, Brighton Yegon, Richard Yegon, Ambassador Sigei, and several others. What you have read to the House has some truths and non-truths. The issue being agitated, and these members have brought a motion to set up a select committee, and I can see you are forestalling this by, as a committee of agriculture, wanting to do that work, which is within your mandate. The issue is very simple, because I've listened to you very carefully, because I'm inundated with inquiries and phone calls and insults, as if I determine the pricing of tea. You don't have to go to Sri Lanka or Uganda or India to explain to Kenyans the issues at hand. Why east of the Rift Valley gets higher bonus than west of the Rift Valley? I think that is the question. And that is what I've been seeing coming to my desk. The inputs are the same. There is no evidence that the soil topography is different. There's no evidence that the quality processing is different. And it is absolutely, in my mind, no evidence that you have brought to this House to show that Uganda or India or Sri Lanka have equal or similar differential payments. So you don't need to bring them into this. What I would advise you, and you have taken the right step, I'll advise Honorable Donya, Honorable Yegon, Honorable Sigei, and Honorable Richard Yegon to be co-opted in your committee. And I direct you to carry out that inquiry and bring back a comprehensive report to the House in 3 weeks. What are you? Yes, Marian Kaitanyi.
Honorable Speaker, I think the committee you are proposing that it be created is a good one. The only request we wanted to make is that the members who are being co-opted, we don't have anyone from Nandi County, yet Nandi and Bomet, no, Bomet is there. So some areas of Nandi and I think other areas that have been left out. If the list can be conclusive to have representation in every county that grows tea, especially in the west of Rift. Thank you.
Maybe the 3 distinguished members from Bomet, can one of you drop out? Sigei, you drop out on account of seniority. Leave Brighton and Richard. Brighton is a member of the Agriculture Committee. Okay, fine. Then we'll have the issues east and west of Rift Valley, so don't bombard me with counties. It is east and west of the Rift Valley. That is what Mutunga said, and that is what I've been seeing. So from Nandi County, Melia and Marianne agree one of you to be co-opted. Marianne. Kisii Nyamira, you are the same ecosystem. Donya is there. She will represent all of you so that you can be able to, in 3 weeks, bring this unhelpful competing interests to a conclusion. No going to India, no going to Sri Lanka, no going to Uganda. We have no evidence that they have the same practices. Yes. Yes, DK?
Thank you, Speaker. I'm rising on the ruling that you have given that I'm also in the Agriculture Committee, and listening to my chairman, which he had given a direction that the Committee of Agriculture handles the issue. But now that there is a co-opting, maybe the clarification is, will the co-opted members have a vote like the members of the Agriculture Committee, or they'll be appearing as the friends of the committee?
Whether you vote in the committee or not, the report will come to the House and it will be a property of this House. And we are not looking for a majoritarian decision, we are looking for a fair decision on how to handle our tea farmers. You can gang up as a majority and vote one way or the other. That will not solve the problem. We want a fair, clear explanation that can satisfy members of the public as to why we have got these differentiated payments. Yes, Mutunga?
Honourable Speaker, I think I've been misunderstood. Honourable Speaker, I did not say we will go to any of these countries.
Take your seat, Mutunga.
There is information.
Take your seat. I've been here long enough to understand when you mention those jurisdictions, the next day will be a letter to my desk to allow you to go there. I am forestalling that I'll not allow you to go to study Uganda or Sri Lanka or India. Ngogoyo.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provision of Standing Order 43, I rise to make the following statement regarding the implementation of the proposed privatization of Kenya Pipeline Company. Honorable Speaker, it is recalled that on the 29th of July 2025, Cabinet approved the privatization of Kenya Pipeline Company, and on the 1st of October 2025, the National Assembly approved the proposal as part of the government broader privatization program. Under this plan, up to 65% of government shareholding in Kenya Pipeline is to be offered to the public through Nairobi Securities Exchange before 31st of March 2026. Honorable Speaker, while acknowledging that privatization is intended to promote efficiency and broaden public participation in the ownership of the company, there are serious public interest matters that are required to be that require clarification and assurance. First, there are questions regarding the valuation and pricing of Kenya Pipeline Company. The company is a strategic national asset with extensive infrastructure across the country and the region, including pipeline, storage, depots, and vital energy installation. There is public concern regarding the valuation process, the independence of the valuer, the assumption that will inform the valuation, and whether the reserve price will truly reflect Kenya Pipeline current projected market value. Additionally, it is noted the following. Cabinet approval in 2023, Kenya Pipeline acquired Kenya Petroleum Refinery Limited by way of 100% share transfer agreement. This essentially puts Kenya Petroleum Refinery Limited as a subsidiary of Kenya Pipeline Company. However, there are concerns on the transparency and public participation in the process of acquiring Kenya Petroleum Refinery Limited by Kenya Pipeline. Lack of documentation relating to the merger of Kenya Pipeline and Kenya Petroleum Refinery Company, and the non-disclosure of material facts during the submission of sessional paper on privatization to this National Assembly on Kenya Pipeline. Given the central role that Kenya Pipeline and Kenya Petroleum Refinery in the transportation and storage of refinery and petroleum products in the country, the public deserve clarity on how the privatization will affect service delivery, fuel pricing, and energy security. Honorable Speaker, They are also national security and strategic assets, considering that Kenya Pipeline Company infrastructure is designated as critical under the Energy Act, and it has control and has implications for national energy security and emergency response capacity. There is therefore need to explicit guarantee the national interest will not be compromised through the ownership or management changes. Honorable Speaker, this matter goes to the heart of transparency, accountability, and oversight role of the National Assembly on public process. The people of Kenya deserve an assurance that no strategic public agency is being privatized without full disclosure, proper valuation, and the oversight by this House. Honorable Speaker, there is need for the House to extensively deliberate on the emerging issue regarding the privatization exercise, including matters relating to 1, the value process and independent experts engaged in the Kenya Pipeline and Kenya Petroleum Limited merger. 2, the legal and policy consequences of the privatization exercise, noting that the acquisition of Kenya Petroleum Refinery Limited by Kenya Pipeline, and 3, the extent the public participation undertaken, including consultation with sector stakeholders, employees of the Kenya Petroleum Refinery Limited, and Kenya Pipeline Corporation. Acquisition and reported merger. The measures in place to safeguard employee welfare and protect the strategic infrastructure. And 5, the intended application process and accountability framework for monitoring their use. It is on this background, Honorable Speaker, that I am seeking the leave of the House for the establishment of an ad hoc committee to comprehensively consider all the matters noted therein and relating to the acquisition of the reported merger of Kenya Petroleum Refinery Limited and Kenya Pipeline Company, and the proposed privatization of Kenya Pipeline Company, and report back to the House in line with the standing orders. This will ensure that the concerns raised are addressed, and even the government seeks to institute operational efficiency in the management of the state-owned corporation, which we fully support. With that, Honorable Speaker, I seek the leave of the House.
You know what it means to seek leave of the House? Have you looked at your standing orders? Kogoyo?
Yes.
You know what it means to seek leave of the House? Okay, let me continue mentoring you. When you want to seek leave of the House, you either enjoy the sympathy of the Speaker or your request is supported by at least 5 members. Are you seeking my sympathy or you have 5 members?
I have 5 members, Mr. Speaker.
You have 5 members?
Yes.
Where are they? Okay. Take your seats. That's hurdle number 1. Hurdle number 2, you now... That is hurdle number 1. Hurdle number 2, you prepare a motion which will go to the Speaker, then to House Business Committee. If it finds favor with House Business Committee, then it will find its way to the House. So you have gone step 1. It's up to you to navigate the rest. GK, the chairman of Roads. Melly.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 44-2C, I rise to request for a statement from the Chairperson of the Departmental Committee on National Security and Administration regarding the disappearance of Honorable Shadrach Maritim Cherwon from Tindred constituency. Honorable Speaker, Honorable Chair Maritim was reported missing on 27th of October and was last seen on CCTV footage about 6:02 a.m. in Eldoret's Unity area, having left his residence for a morning run. The matter was reported at the Langas police station, and since then his family and community members have been searching for him without success. Honorable Speaker, it is of particular concern that Mr. Maritim had earlier on, 25th of January 2025, recorded a statement at Songo police station concerning threats to his life. Despite this, no adequate protection or preventive measures appear to have been taken by the relevant security agencies. In view of the gravity of this matter, I request the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Administration and National Security to address the following. 1, provide a comprehensive update on the status of the investigation into the disappearance of Honorable Sharadak Maritim Cherwon. 2, explain the steps being taken by the Ministry and the relevant security agencies to trace the whereabouts of Maritim. 3, clarify the actions taken and investigation undertaken on the report of the threats to his life at the Songo police station. And 4, outline measures being implemented to safeguard individuals who have reported threats to their safety, particularly public officials and community leaders. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Where is the chair security? Yes, Major Azo. Can you bring a response next week on Wednesday?
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. We'll do so.
Thank you. Honorable members, before we invite the Chair Rhodes, allow me to introduce to you a group of 18 students from Starehe Boys Center, Alliance High School, and Kianda School who are seated in the Speaker's Gallery. The students are in Parliament for a period of 2 weeks on a voluntary service scheme. This gives them an opportunity to give back to the community by providing voluntary services to various organizations through the school holidays. Honorable members, on my behalf and that of the National Assembly, I wish the students a good stay and positive experience in the service of the nation in this Parliament. Thank you. GK. Honorable Owen Bayer, we task you and the Chair of Rhodes to bring a statement. The Chair of Rhodes is here. I believe he is carrying a collective responsibility. Is he?
Yes, Honorable Speaker, we've been in touch with the Cabinet Secretary, and we have a comprehensive report. And I think
through the chairman?
Through the chairman, for which he will deliver that.
Can we hear the comprehensive report?
Honorable Speaker, thank you. Honorable Bashir yesterday requested to know why carers allocation to constituencies, that is 22 and 10% allocation has been reduced from 62 million per constituency to 36 million as per the circular sent from KRB to regional offices. Honorable Speaker, you directed that we engage the minister, and we have done that, so that today we held a meeting with the Cabinet Secretary and the Principal Secretary, and it has been agreed that that letter be withdrawn, which has already been done, which has already happened. We've also agreed that the balance is that for financial year 23-24, 24-25 be cleared by or within this week. That is not later than 7th of this month, Friday this week. Honorable Speaker, we've also agreed that the Cabinet Secretary will appear before Parliament, of course, through your invitation, to explain to members why that letter indicated a reduction, and whereas members were expecting an increment in that allocation. Honorable Speaker, we will get a comprehensive response or report from the Cabinet Secretary, because we've just concluded that meeting. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Chair, if he has climbed down and withdrawn the letter, and you go back to the status quo ante, then there is no need to invite him. What is left is for you as the Oversight Committee to ensure implementation on the timelines you have been given, that by Friday this week, there is action. If there is action, it purges all wrongdoing, it purges all transgressions. And we can only invite him here for something else.
Well guided, Honorable Speaker. I think
Yes.
the only bit the Cabinet Secretary needs to explain to members is the securitization bit. That is 5 shillings per litre, which has been used to securitize resources that will help us clear the pending bills. That, according to the Cabinet Secretary, will slightly reduce the allocation per constituency by not more than 10 million per constituency. I would urge you, Honorable Speaker, request you to invite the Cabinet Secretary to explain why we need to accept that reduction. He is better placed to convince members to accept that. I am a member, and I would wish that that clarification comes from the Cabinet Secretary. Thank you.
I get you. I don't want to escalate this. I'll look at the Hansard, what you said and what you are saying, and I'll advise you, if I require, I'll summon the minister here early next week so that you can interrogate him. I will not allow you. Let's have Minister Ogamba to come here and deal with education issues. As he comes in, Order, Honorable Robert Mbui. Honorable Kariuki has said that the circular that was taking away money has been withdrawn. He has also said that all the monies that are pending will be disbursed by Friday. Friday is day after tomorrow. If there is any issue, I will oblige you and call the minister here for you to interrogate him. But since we have 2 cabinet secretaries here today, one and you, Robert, have been very agitated on the issue of capitation of schools. Minister Ogamba is here. I want us to give him, because it's not a scheduled day for him, so that we give him a little time, you interrogate him on this, then we go to health, then we can deal with this next week. I know you as a reasonable man. Are you okay? You're Yes, Robert, are you okay? Thank you. Let's dispose of orders 8, 9, and 10 for putting questions. Then we have Minister Ogamba for 30 minutes, and then we have Minister for Health. Call out order number 8.
Order number 8, motion, consideration of 10 regulations relating to the petroleum sector. Question to be put.
Order, members on their feet, take your seats. Honorable members, I'll now put the question at order number 8, which is that this House adopts the report of the committee. Order. Hillary, you walk in and there is disorder. Let's be orderly. that this House adopts the report of the Committee on Delegated Legislation on its consideration of 10 sets of regulations relating to the petroleum sector laid on the table of the House on Thursday, 16 October 2025, and pursuant to provisions of Section 18 of the Statutory Instruments Act, Cap 2A, and Standing Order 210-4B, annuls in entirety the following regulations. 1. The Petroleum Business Licensing and Petroleum Logistics Facility Construction Permit Regulation Legal Notice Number 95 of 2025. The Petroleum Licensing of Petroleum Road Transport Business Regulations Legal Notice Number 96 of 2025. The Petroleum Operating of Common Petroleum Facility Regulations Legal Notice Number 97 of 2025. The Petroleum Information and Statistics Regulations Legal Notice Number 98 of 2025. The Petroleum Lubricants Facility Construction and Licensing Regulations Legal Notice Number 99 of 2025. The Petroleum Retail Dispensing Site Construction and Licensing Regulations Legal Notice Number 100 of 2025. The Petroleum Liquefied Petroleum Gas Regulations Legal Notice Number 101 of 2025. The Energy, Petroleum Information and Statistics Revocation Regulations Legal Notice Number 102 of 2025. The Energy, Retail Facility Construction and Licensing Revocation Regulations Legal Notice Number 103 of 2025. And lastly, the Petroleum Products Quality Management Regulations Legal Notice Number 104 of 2025. As members of that opinion say aye. Aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Next order.
Order number 9, motion. Report of the Committee of the Whole House on its consideration of the Pyrethrum Repeal Bill, National Assembly Bill number 40 of 2024. Question to be put and third reading.
Members, take the nearest seats. Honorable members, I'll put the question at order number 9, which is that this House do agree with the report of the Committee of the Whole House on its consideration of the Pyrethrum Repeal Bill, National Assembly Bill number 40 of 2024. As members of that opinion say aye. Aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Mover.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the Petroleum Repeal Bill, National Assembly Bill number 40 of 2024 be now read a third time. Just to bring to speed, Honorable Speaker, that this bill was about repealing the Pyrethrum Bill because it was in contradiction to other bills, and therefore yesterday we had the honor to repeal this bill and do away with it, Honorable Speaker. And therefore, having said that, and I want to thank the members that contributed to this bill. It will help us grow the pyrethrum sector, and farmers that are in the pyrethrum sector, Honorable Speaker, will now enjoy the maxims that are provided for in the law that exists. And having said that, Honorable Speaker, I want to request the Honorable Pilot, Member Mwingi, CNN, to second me on this.
And for the record, you can't repeal a bill. You only repeal an act. So you are repealing the Pyrethrum Act. Is that correct? Because you have gone on record as saying you are repealing a bill.
Can I go on record?
Yes.
Okay, Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the Pyrethrum Repeal Bill, yes, National Assembly Bill number 40 of 2024, be now read a third time. So I want to say this is an act that was already in existence, Honorable Speaker, and we brought a bill that repealed the act, yes, and therefore the act does not exist anymore, Honorable Speaker.
It still exists until we finish this.
Until we finish. until you finish, Honorable Speaker. Thank you for the correction, Honorable Speaker.
Yes, Nguna.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I was in the House actually, and I confirm I want to second what Majority Leader has said. So
Thank
I
you.
second.
Thank you. Order members on their feet. Makali Mulu, take the nearest seat. Naisula, take your seat. Honorable members, I now propose the question, which is that the Pyrethrum Repeal Bill, National Assembly Bill number 40 of 2024, be now read a third time. Do I put the question? Honorable members, I now put the question, which is that the Pyrethrum Repeal Bill, National Assembly Bill number 40 of 2024, be now read a third time. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Next order.
A bill for an act of parliament to repeal the Pyrethrum Act and for connected purposes. Order number 10, the Maternal, Newborn and Child Health Bill, Senate Bill number 17 of 2023, second reading, question to be put.
Order, Honorable Makali Mulu, take the nearest seat. Honorable members, I now put the question at order number 10, which is that the Maternal, Newborn and Child Health Bill, Senate Bill number 17 of 2023, be now read a second time. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
A bill for an act of parliament to provide for a coordinated system for the provision of quality maternal, newborn and child health services, to provide for response to maternal and child morbidity and mortality in the country, to provide for a healthcare system that facilitates the attainment of health rights for mother and child and for connected purposes.
Thank you. We'll now go to the Minister, Honorable Migos Ogamba, Minister or CS for Education. You are here for a single purpose, to explain to the House the issue that has been brought to your attention on delayed remittance of money to schools. I want us to take with you 30 minutes because we have a scheduled Minister for Health to come and answer questions. Yours is an appendage to the order of the day. So I'll now give you an opportunity to address the House, and I'll then, before you do that, there's an MP whose question is related to this. Naisula, are you ready? If you are not, it's different. Okay. Go on, CS. Yours was about strikes, which has been called off. Okay. Go on, Minister. Yes, Melly, you are the one who brought this to the House, right? The issue being responded to. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, honorable members. There was a question on strikes, and I wish to bring to the attention of the House that that strike has now been called off. And I was wondering whether I should be allowed to respond to that question first before I do the capitation one? Or do I proceed with the capitation one? Okay. Thank you, members. Members, as I informed the House during my last appearance before this House on the 8th of October 2025, the Office of the Auditor General reported that some of the schools that had received capitation from the Ministry of Education were non-existent. Following this report, we decided as a ministry to undertake a comprehensive verification exercise to determine the actual number of schools and learners in the country. To ensure transparency and accountability in the utilization of public resources, we decided that capitation shall only be disbursed to schools whose enrollment will have been verified. I wish to highlight the status of capitation disbursement to schools at the various levels as follows. Mr. Speaker, in the capitation cycle released for the third term, the ministry used an enrollment of 5,833,175 learners in 23,889 primary schools to request for capitation funds amounting to Kenya shillings 1,656,741,687. This amount was subsequently released to the from the National Treasury to the Ministry of Education for disbursement. A total of Kenya shillings 1,366,659,000. A total of 1,366,659,262 shillings has been disbursed for a total of 4,812,189 learners as follows. Number one, 16,788 schools with an enrollment of 4,295,820 learners were cleared for full capitation and paid a total of 1,220,012,880 shillings. Number two, 235,461 learners in 3,979 schools below the threshold, that is students with less than 90 learners, were paid full capitation amounting to 66,870,924. 3,065 schools which had not submitted data or submitted data in the wrong format were paid 50% of the NEMIS enrollment. This covered 280,900 learners, accounting for Kenya shillings 79,775,458. Mr. Speaker, in the capitation cycle released for the third term of this year, an enrollment of 2,430,398 learners was used to request for capitation funds for 20,927 junior schools. Consequently, the National Treasury released a total of Kenya shillings 5,702,842,725.04 to the ministry for this level of learning. Following the ongoing verification exercise, 2,943,224 learners in 20,630 junior schools have been cleared and their capitation released, translating to disbursements of Kenya shillings 5,134,773,150.80. This amount includes Kenya shillings 78,202,838.30 that was paid for 56,599 learners in 2,145
CS,
that are below.
in the interest of time,
Yes.
when you are talking of 5 billion, just say 5 billion.
Okay.
If you are talking of 78 million, don't go up to 30 cents, just say 78 million.
Noted, well
Yes.
noted, Mr. Speaker. And thank you for that guidance. So there was that was paid to 56,599 learners in 2,100 schools that were below the threshold, and that is learners or schools that had students that are below 45 in number. This also includes 122 million paid for 118,000 learners in 934 schools that were paid 50% capitation based on NEMIS enrollment. The 934 schools are still awaiting verification and clearance, and the delays on verification have been caused by non-submission of data, late data submissions, and errors in data capture by the respective institutions. Our field officers are currently working with the institutions to ensure that the urgent submission of accurate data is done. Mr. Speaker, for secondary schools, the ministry received the sum of 10.3 billion Kenya shillings for capitation for third term. This was based on 3.3 million learners in 9,550 schools. The verification exercise for secondary schools is complete. Following the verification exercise, an enrollment of 3.2 million learners has been cleared, resulting in the disbursement of 10 billion Kenya shillings. Out of the total of 9,550 schools that were processed, 9,540 schools have been funded, while 10 schools have been closed down for having no learners. The following schools have closed down, and I've done a list there: Kiria Secondary School in Nyandarua, Dr. Mashage Maheto in Migori, Ragia Forest High School in Kiambu, Muwandi Mixed School in Kirinyaga, Friends Bulovi in Kakamega, Luiwat High School in Baringo, Ngamba School in Muranga, Sintankara Secondary School in Narok, Majmazuri Mixed Secondary School in Baringo, and Father Leo Staples Girls in West Pokot. Mr. Speaker, the amounts that have been disbursed to various levels of basic education are as follows. For the free day secondary school, a total disbursed of 10 million. For free day junior school, a total of 5.1 billion. Free primary education, a total of 1.7 billion, making the total disbursed of 16.5 billion Kenya shillings. The undisbursed amount from that verification exercise to date stands at 1.2 billion. As a ministry, Mr. Speaker, we are keen to clean our data and to make sure that all resources allocated to us are utilized for the right purposes and in an accountable manner. Our aim is to ensure that the resources we ask for and the decisions that we make on the use of these resources is based on accurate data that is verifiable and evidence-based. This will support all of us to achieve optimal utilization of the limited resources available. I submit.
Were you listening, or you are
Yes.
talking to
I
the
was
crowd?
listening, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I want to say that I asked that question on behalf of the many members of Parliament who are here, and on behalf of Kenyans, because of the issues of capitation which was affecting administration of exams and management of schools, because these money are very essential, especially in the running of schools now that it's examination time. Honorable Speaker, you'll note that the verification exercise came in when it is actually the tail end of that term, which is a very crucial time for assessment. And many of the schools do not get money from parents. They depend on government capitations. Honorable Speaker, I want to ask the CS that, yes, it is very important, and I want to thank you that you do verification, but let's do it on time so that it doesn't interfere with the running of exams and the running of schools, so that during the holiday time, when teachers, when the sub-county directors of education and the quality assurance officers are within, they'll be able to run this exercise, and those teachers who are found to be fraudulent and to have increased the number of students or to have ghost schools, action need to be taken on them. In that, this kind of exercise is actually very important to save the taxpayer, the issue of ghost schools and ghost learners. But it should not cause a problem or an impediment to the running and management of those particular schools. I submit, Honorable Speaker. Thank you.
Wanjala.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Education has been telling Kenyans that they disbursed, and this was in fact last financial year, that they disbursed money to ghost schools. They even gave the number of the schools that got that were ghost, who received the money. It is this same ministry that wired the money to those schools. They must be knowing the accounts. They must be knowing the signatories. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Health recently came in and did arrest those people who have been stealing sham money. Why has it taken so long for this minister to arrest those people who withdrew the money and in those ghost accounts of schools that they call ghost schools, and those who wired the money? Because they must be knowing. For how long will we be waiting? And yet he is causing other children to suffer for nothing. He should move the way the Ministry of Health has moved. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Ngare.
Thank you.
CS, record the interventions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know this has been a very serious issue, and I think Honorable Anjala has raised it, the criminal culpability. I will not repeat it. But, Mr. Speaker, you remember yesterday we raised the issue of circulars, which the CS should address. Do the heads of institutions take these circulars serious anymore? Because, Mr. Speaker, the ministry has said they have issued a circular on when children should go to class. That was raised by Honorable Donya in this House. They have issued a circular on non-holding of certificates, Mr. Speaker. They have issued a circular for KCSE students not to be sent home for school fees, especially in that term, Mr. Speaker. So maybe they can tell us how binding are these circulars to the heads of institutions. And finally, Mr. Speaker, the ministry should consider giving a guidance or regulation in terms of retiring head teachers and principals that leave schools with debt, Mr. Speaker. Because nowadays, Mr. Speaker, you find a principal has been promoted at 58 years or 59, they do whatever they do and leave that school toiling in debt after their exit, Mr. Speaker. So maybe that's something they can consider.
As a matter of interest, honorable members, I'll give you an opportunity. What you need to tell the House and the country, you are the custodian of public interest in the ministry. You license schools. Children go to standard 1 with variables of transfers from one school to another, which is not order nguna, which is not substantial. How does your ministry end up at the tail end when children are going to do exams, start verification of records that you ought to have been keeping and updating all along? And how do you wire money to ghost schools when you license legitimate schools, you keep their records, you give them leadership in terms of head teachers, and you post teachers there? How do your officers end up creating non-existent schools and sending them money? You know, these are public resources. I think, members, these are some of the issues the minister should assist the House and the country on. Yes, Karolo Mondi.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I saw a news item yesterday that school fees have been increased and standardized across the country at 53,000 per student, at a time when we know the incomes have not grown in this country, the cost of living remains fairly high, and a lot of parents are struggling just to pay the current fees. I was wondering if the minister could explain to this House what informed this decision and why it is so necessary at this particular time, and whether there is room to review it. And maybe if also the chairman, Education Committee, if they were aware of this increment at all, and what they said about it. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Mandazi. Honorable Mandazi.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Speaker. While we speak about the ghost schools, there are schools, and in particular to Chepalungu constituency, which are existing, they've been given documents to proceed and domicile junior secondary schools. Yet, the officer in charge of education in my sub-county has refused to give them an okay to open an account so that you can transfer money. This is a matter that has affected learning in the 11 schools, and I have severally reminded the relevant persons in the ministry to act about the same, but they have failed. And up to date, the schools that I'm talking about, the 8 teachers in these particular stations have called parents to ask them to transfer students to the neighboring schools. This is an issue, Speaker, that has really affected the people and the students who are from this particular schools.
Thank you. Robert Mbui.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think this CS needs a little bit of caution, Mr. Speaker, because I sit in the Committee of Delegated Legislation. This is one ministry that is continuously and constantly giving circulars which actually have the effect or force of law and does not come through Parliament. Yesterday, as a committee, we invited the CS to come before us so that he could be able to explain to us why would the ministry decide that in third term that no parent can visit their children in school, especially those that are in boarding, yet all the parents that have children in day school, every day they are with their children at home. So we invited him to come and explain that circular. And Mr. Speaker, we got a very interesting response. He said he's invigilating some exams, I don't know in which part of the country. Mr. Speaker, the issue of exams has to stop becoming an excuse for the minister, because if there's exams going on, there are teachers that are supposed to supervise and invigilate exams. There are police officers who are supposed to provide security. The whole government cannot be going up and down pretending to be supervising exams. So, Mr. Speaker, I think it is important that the minister respects this house and stops issuing circulars that have the force of law, because Article 94, Part 5 says that it is only this house that can make law. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Gishimu. No, Taitumu, sorry. Taitumu.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity. Verification of students in all schools across the country, I being a teacher, is a continuous exercise. Every month, the managers of schools forward the data of the students or the learners in their respective schools. I'm asking the minister, how do you harmonize, particularly the enrollment in first term and the enrollment in third term? Because enrollment in the first term do soar, it goes up, and in third term, due to other forms of attrition dropping, the enrollment goes down. What do you do to make sure that you don't disadvantage the end teacher? Because your management is giving a lot of error to the managers of the institutions, because some of the schools were receiving money as late as yesterday. It is ridiculous, Mr. Speaker, to say that they are dealing with the Auditor General's report. If the Auditor General did not indicate, does it mean that the ministry does not have records to know when they should wire money to the schools and whether they are sending the right amount to the right schools without the report from the Auditor General?
Minister, can you respond to those? Then we'll do one last round and we'll release him.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The reason why we decided to undertake the verification during this time of third term is because the report came out in August. I think there was hue and cry that we are releasing money to schools that do not exist. It would have been irresponsible of us to ignore that report and continue releasing the money the same way we used to do. So we thought what is the lesser evil, to confirm the numbers that we have, or to continue releasing the money and wait for another time to undertake this exercise. So we made a decision that we will do the verification as we are releasing the money. The money was not held permanently. Every day when we completed the verification exercise, resources to those schools were released so that the schools do not suffer. Eventually, when we realized that it is taking longer than we expected, we decided to release 50% of the capitation to the schools that had not submitted the data as we continued to undertake the exercise. Meaning, therefore, that there was no school that did not receive resources to be able to undertake their continuous programs in school because of the verification exercise. Mr. Speaker, the information that I've given, it is clear that this exercise has borne fruit, because as we have completed the exercise with only 934 schools that have not completed the exercise, where 79 million has been released to 50% of the numbers that they had presented, meaning that even if we were to release 100%, another 79 million, the balance that would be having is 1.1 billion, for which was being released for numbers that do not exist. That's why this exercise was important, and we have ensured continuously that our children do not suffer in those schools once the exams were nearing. And I can assure the House here that everybody is undertaking the exams and we are on track. The information that we have collected, it is now being analyzed to determine the issues that this House has raised. Have we been releasing money to schools that do not exist? Which school is this? This is the identification and analysis that we are doing because of that verification exercise, after which we are...
Minister, if the school doesn't exist, the question of which school is this does not arise.
I'm saying,
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, look, for example, the 10 schools that have closed. We need to find out why did they close, because when we asked the teachers why the schools closed, they said there were no students. So now we have to go back on the records and find out previously, has money been released to these schools, so that we can determine whether there is fraud or not. We got to get some evidence in order for us to submit, so that when people are arrested, they can face the law. The position of what the Auditor General did, which was sampling, because it was a forensic audit, that data is already with EACC, and they're already undertaking that exercise of investigating, taking statements, so that they can take control of that space and charge the people who are involved. We just want to get your support so that we can be able to resolve this matter once and for all. It is true, we have records, but are these records correct? That's what we are looking at.
Mr. Speaker, I think the minister is misleading this House. EACC doesn't take away the responsibility of him as a minister. The fact that EACC are handling those files, it doesn't make that he should take actions on his officers from his ministry who wired the money. He doesn't have to wait the report from the EACC. He remains the minister in charge of education in this country, and he must take action regardless of what the EACC will do. So he should not mislead this House, Honorable Speaker.
The criminal culpability that we are talking about, that can only be undertaken by the investigative agencies. We would be able to take administrative action on the officers we find culpable, and then we hand them over to the investigative agencies to undertake the criminal process. That is already being done.
Minister, you will help. I don't want us to take very long on this. You will help this House this way. You have officers of your ministry in each and every county who have a duty to keep and update records of schools continuously and furnish to your ministry. That money, public resources have been wired to non-existent schools for non-existent students. How many of your officers have you interdicted for doing this criminal act? Once we get that, then the committee will follow up with you to deal with these issues.
Based on the verification exercise that we are undertaking, we've not interdicted anybody because we've not completed the analysis of the exercise, as I've indicated. We've completed the data collection, which is what I've presented here. And once we complete the exercise, we will then be able to take action. It is at that stage where we are analyzing the data that we've collected in order for it to inform us who is involved, which bank accounts, which institutions, which individuals, which officers, which sub-county, so that we can then take action against them. We can't take action against anybody based on the data that we have now because we've not concluded the exercise. That is the reason, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Millie.
Mr. Speaker, the CS is disappointing me, being an alumni of the same primary school as myself, Homa Bay Primary School. Mr. Speaker, from what the CS is saying, honestly, that does not take even 2 days. So if there are things that are going wrong, and if there's one problem that we have been facing as a country is the issue of corruption, and we have been told that we have actually identified where there are corrupt practices, why would we be taking so long telling us that we are trying to trace here and there? You have found that there is a school, non-existent school, and somebody has paid to a non-existent school. Can I come to your office and tell you who paid to that school? It's as simple as that. Just pinpoint who paid that non-existent school and throw them out of the office. It's as simple as that. It's as simple as ABC.
Minister, let him finish this round, then we take a few more.
Mr. Speaker,
Yes.
I had difficulties making that decision because the exercise is not complete. I have indicated here that there are another 934 schools that have not submitted their data. So we wanted to have this as a complete exercise, prepare a complete report, including what action we have taken. Where we think there's a crime committed, we would then forward it to the investigative agencies to undertake. It would have been premature for me to take action against officers before I confirm for sure that this is the position or this is the offense that they have committed. We are all of us taking this exercise in order to take action at the end of the exercise. That's the reason why.
Yes, I'll take three here, then we close. Rachel Nyamai.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I am equally disappointed, just the way the Honorable Millie Odhiambo is, because the Cabinet Secretary, who I believe is very knowledgeable, is telling us that 1.1
He is a lawyer of very good repute, by the way. I don't know why he's doing this.
Yeah, very true. So, Mr. Speaker, it is worrying to be told that 1.1 billion was released in favor of numbers or students that do not exist. Mr. Speaker, he also tells us that 934 schools have benefited from money and he is not able to verify. Mr. Speaker, there is a problem. I think it's a huge cartel that ensures that information is not provided. If it is provided, it is not provided within the right time, and that even the Cabinet Secretary himself could be having a lot of problems below him, at the director level, at the county level, at the sub-county level, at the, which is the other level? Zonal level. So there must be a problem. And 934 schools, Honorable Speaker, is not 9 schools. It means that there is a problem of failure to provide information. These people are not providing information, have a name, have an identity card, they are known where they belong to, their counties are known, their sub-counties are known, their wards are known, and they can be arrested. It is happening in other ministries. Why not in the Ministry of Education?
Owen Baya.
Honorable Speaker, I want to say this, yeah.
Don't say, ask the minister.
I want to ask the minister.
Yes.
You know, you need to take action not only on teachers. That ministry, there are people who have overstayed in certain positions that will forever guard the information. Yourself and the PS are new there. There are people who are very strong roots, deep roots, and they will protect their system so that they continue to eat the money in that ministry. Unless you become ruthless and have ruthless focus on those people, Honorable Speaker, money will continue to disappear in that ministry. So what you need to do is do what Kiraitu Murungi said, a radical surgery. in that ministry, just like they did in the judiciary, so that you can unearth, but as you unearth, it also goes with people who then you will get breathing space and space to manage that ministry. Otherwise, our children will continue to suffer if we go that way. I can assure you, Honorable Minister, you will wait for that date and it will not come. You will. I have seen it in my county. The people there protect each other. From the county director who has stayed there for over 8 years, to all the sub-counties who have stayed there for over 10 years. And everybody else is just comfortable waiting for the money from the ministry to eat the money. Honorable Speaker, unless radical surgery is done in the Ministry of Education, we will continue to say the same things here. Honorable Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. As we join this, the Cabinet Secretary must be aware that, as Baya said, the ministry is full of cartels. For example, there is a deliberate process to understate the number of learners in some schools and inflate in others. How is it done, Honorable Speaker? They deliberately refuse to admit them or register them in NEMIS as it is now, on very spurious reasons, non-existent reasons at all. For example, I can tell you, Honorable Speaker, and I want to tell the Cabinet Secretary, that in Funyula constituency, we could be having about 25% of the children in school who are not registered in the ministry records, and they do not get that capitation. What is he going to do to clean up the ministry to ensure there is fairness in distribution of the resources available? Thank you.
Russell.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, listening to the CS here, I am really concerned because today there's more supervision of education in our counties and sub-counties. What didn't exist maybe during your time or my time. We have curriculum support officers, quality assurance, all the way to the divisions. So that simply means that what he is telling us, either there is no supervision or there's too much bureaucracy in education that we can have schools that don't exist, or youngsters or learners who cannot be found or registered. For that reason, let the minister explain to us, are we overemploying in education, particularly in those who are supposed to supervise? Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I had requested your indulgence on a different question.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, my biggest worry will be what Owen Baya tried to allude to. How long do the county education directors and sub-county education directors stay in one station? Because, Honorable Speaker, that is where the cartel has its roots. These are the people who are forever going around schools, collecting money from the heads of institutions and threatening them on what will befall them if they don't comply. Why do sub-county education directors stay in one station for 10 years? We saw the Ministry of Interior ensuring that police, OCSs, do not stay more than 3 years in one station. Why can't they do the same so that they don't come here to tell us 934 schools have not submitted their returns? Yet, if you look, 934 divided by 47 counties, that is one day work, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Alice.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Mine wanted to ask the Cabinet Secretary, why don't you come back here when you have all the information instead of giving us excuses because we were here and we represent the people back at home? When you come with half-baked information, you're not helping this House.
Yes, Didmas, what is it?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think all I want to ask the minister is that since when I was a small child, there are very many circulars and directives that have been issued by the Minister for Education to date. The Minister for Education, as we speak today, issued directives that students should not be sent home for levies that have not been approved by government. Most importantly, things like lunch fees and the very many other auxiliary fees that are not important. The minister has said that schools should not send these children away. Millions of children are at home for failure to pay lunch fees, which is a private levy, not a government-approved levy. So how sure are we that the minister directives that is telling this house that the principals are going to obey? Is it true that the principals of high school are more powerful than CS for education in our country? Is it true, the Honorable Speaker, that if you check at the circulars that the ministry has issued to the principals of high schools and the headmasters of JSS and primary schools, none of them have been obeyed. They have been disregarded, Mr. Speaker. We need to know if those head teachers are powerful than the minister, then we should summon those head teachers directly to here instead of passing through the minister whose directives are not obeyed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Kwenye, what is it?
Mr. Speaker, one of the schools that was mentioned, or were mentioned, one of them is in my constituency. The number one school that was mentioned, Kiria Secondary School, that was closed. And the reasons given by the minister do not hold. And that is why, Mr. Speaker, we need to interrogate the ministry properly. Because it cannot be you saying that the school was closed because of lack of students. Yet we know that TSC refused to post teachers to that school because it's the location is not so favorable for teachers. Mr. Speaker, number two, the issue of capitation. Every time we pass budgets in this house, they are premised on numbers, and numbers that are known. But when it comes to disbursement, it becomes very difficult. I think it is orchestrated within the ministry, so that then the money does not reach reach our schools, and that is a matter that we need to get the depth of. Minister? We must get to some setting, to some factory settings of this ministry, so that then it functions. Finally, the issue of sub-county directors overstaying in one station is not an issue that can be taken lightly. They are masquerading and moving everywhere, with powers that they do not wield. Collecting money from institutions, it has been said.
Point made. Yes, Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I indicated, we started this exercise and it is not complete. It is true that the data that I'm giving is preliminary, and I've been asking to be given time to complete it so that when I come back here...
How much time do you require? Wangela, what is it?
Mr. Speaker, sir, you know the cartel that are taking this money.
I don't know.
No. I know you don't know. Thank you, Mr. I know you don't know. But, Mr. Speaker, the cartels from the ministry that registers, that do all this dirty work, that deposit money in accounts, are all from the ministry. Would I be in order to say that this minister, who is claiming to be auditing all these documents from June to December to January, that he's playing tricks with us until we forget, so that we go to next year, the same thing continues, because he's a beneficiary of these cartels, because they steal from there. The minister must be a beneficiary. And Mr. Speaker, I would ask even the president that now that he wants Akisi to be the minister for education, why can't he bring back Matiang'i?
Order, Wanjala. You are totally out of order. Minister, ignore that and answer other questions.
I will...
Order, Donya. Order, Donya, sit down. I have ruled Wanjala out of order. Order. I've ruled Wanjala out of order, and that material will be expunged from the Hansard. Minister, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For the record, this exercise of verification, we started exactly 2 months ago, on the 5th of September 2025, not June. and it is unfair to make a claim, and I've asked, give me time, I give you a report and the action that I've taken. I cannot, for example, in the middle of the verification, sack people from the office because they will litigate. It is important for us.
How much time do you require, Minister?
We want
I'll give you the time you
We
require.
want to ask for exactly 2 months because we are undertaking exams that will end on 21st. Then I come back here with the report. And this is not something that started in September. It is something that has been going on in this country for a long time. So we need to make sure that we are solving it once and for all.
Minister, as you order members, Minister, you can feel the mood of the House. And I did tell you, I know you are new in the ministry, and it's common knowledge that there are quite a number of underhand transactions that go on in that ministry. Please do the following. Realign your representation at every level. Use ICT to keep accurate data. A child who goes to Standard 1, from your computer, you should know next year is in Standard 2, 3, 4, because those records don't need to be relayed by somebody getting onto a train from Mombasa to bring to the ministry. They can wire them to you. And when you are releasing money to schools, you have records which schools you registered, which schools you have posted head teachers, which schools have bank accounts, you can verify from the accounts. How do you wire money to a school that does not exist to an account that you don't recognize or you don't have? Those are some of the questions. We'll give you time to finish verification, but you must satisfy the country that as a minister, you are a custodian of public good to protect public resources and see our schools run properly. And, you know, great men must bring change and leave legacies. Don't sit in that ministry and have it business as usual. And this House will support you if you have positive, radical changes to change the ministry. Zaisula, we are finished with that. Naisula had something different.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for that direction. I had some questions on the prolonged university lecturer strike, and I noticed that this afternoon it has been resolved. I have other questions that I will not
I
now.
won't allow you now.
Not now.
Yes.
I was just going to say, Mr. Speaker, that I will redraft them because one of the questions was the issue of what it is being done to be resolved. And since it has been resolved, just to make sure that this issue does not recur, it will be important that then I'll still ask the questions maybe next week so that the CS can give a brief to the nation on a number of other questions that I had. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Basil, what is it?
Speaker, my question is about the fate of interns. We have 20,000 interns whose contract is coming to an end in December. So what is the ministry planning to do? Do they intend to absorb them in permanent and pensionable terms? Thank you.
Minister, interns, do you have any program for interns? My phone is bursting with messages.
There is a program for interns whose contract is coming to an end in December 2025. And one of the available options, unless we get resources from National Treasury in order for us to be able to confirm them, is to extend their contracts.
Okay. Thank you. You are released. Bring in the Minister for Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Owen Bai, you are the one who has asked me to manage time. Yes.
Thank you. I just wanted to say something to the
Honorable members, I would like to welcome the Cabinet Secretary, Health, the Honorable Duale. And the first question was by the Honorable Member for Kiamba, the Honorable John Kawanjiko.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this chance to ask this question.
Yes, Kawanjiko, go ahead.
Provide a report. Could the Cabinet Secretary provide a report on the implementation of Social Health Insurance Fund, SHIF, and analysis on its progress towards achieving universal health coverage in the country? 2, provide report on the cancer benefit package provided by the Social Health Authority, that is SHA, under the Social Health Insurance Fund, that is SHIF, including the scope of oncology services covered and accessibility to cancer patients. Number 3, indicate the number of beneficiaries who have accessed cancer-related services under the Social Health Insurance Fund since its establishment and the status of pending bills owed to public and private hospitals offering services under the cancer benefit package. 4, explain the measures put in place by the ministry to review and enhance the cancer benefit package, including steps taken to ensure adequate financing and allocation of funds so as to guarantee equitable access to affordable and quality health care for cancer patients across the country.
Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker and members. Honorable Speaker, the first question, and Honorable Speaker, I provided the answers to the members. The first question the member has asked was the implementation of the Social Health Insurance Fund and the analysis of its progress to achieving UHC in the country. Honorable Speaker, the Social Health Insurance Act of 2023, through this House, established 3 statutory funds under the Social Health Authority, and that is the Social Health Insurance Fund, SHIF, the Primary Health Care Fund, and the Emergency Chronic and Critical Illness Fund. These funds form the legal and the operational foundation for the implementation of universal health coverage in Kenya. Honorable Speaker, I have provided the progress of UHC as of 3rd of November 2025. In terms of registration, 27,246,830 Kenyans have successfully registered under the Social Health Authority as of 3rd of November 2025, and that is more than half our population. 2, 81.3 billion shillings have been collected in contribution since SHA began in October of 2024. Service access. How many facilities are contracted by SHA, both public, private, and faith-based? In our country, 10,540 facilities are contracted by SHA. How many patients have we served? 7.7 million Kenyans have accessed services through both the Primary Health Care Fund, which is free for all Kenyans, and the Social Health Insurance Fund, which is for at the contracted facilities. And Honorable Speaker, I've given a table for both the PHC Fund, the SHIF Fund, and the ECCIF Fund. And all these funds, for example, the Primary Health Care Fund, which is supposed to strengthen both our preventive and promotive care, outpatient, and optical service, and which is free outpatient to all our citizens. All that they need to do is to register as SHA members, has disbursed 9.8 billion shillings to date. For the Social Health Insurance Fund that provides very comprehensive coverage for inpatient care, surgical procedures, specialized imaging, renal care, maternity and child health, mental wellness, and cancer treatment, has disbursed 64 billion shillings to date. And for the Emergency, Chronic and Critical Illness Fund, which supports the critical care, the oncology service for those who exhaust their shift limits, and accident and emergency, has disbursed close to 1.75 billion shillings. Honorable Speaker, the second question was to provide a report on cancer benefit, which is provided by SHA under the Social Health Insurance Fund. And Honorable Speaker, SHA oncology cover is very comprehensive. And this is where cancer falls. And what does SHA do? They provide support throughout the patient's history, starting from diagnostic all the way to the staging services, to treatment, and even to palliative care. Once you are diagnosed, patients have access to a range of treatment options, including surgery, chemotherapy, radiotherapy, hormonal therapy, immunotherapy, and this ensures that care is tailored to individual clinical needs. The cover also caters for essential medical supplies and equipment, such as consumables, stoma appliances, chemo pumps, and other medication which are used before and after treatment of cancer. Chemotherapy is one of the areas that we have very much focused on. But under the Social Health Authority, significant improvements have been made to enhance equity, flexibility, and comprehensive coverage. And the scope of oncology service covered, Honorable Speaker, I have provided from diagnostic in terms of the numbers. For example, it covers confirmation of cancer type. For first to find out what type of cancer it is, and the stage through a diagnostic service, it is covered. And these include the histology and all the bone marrow procedures to find out the PET scans and the numbers. For example, PET scans, SHA pays 53,500. So all the stages of diagnostic and staging is covered by SHA. Then you come to the treatment of cancer. And this covers the chemotherapy administration at 5,500 per administration, the medication up to 400,000, and all the other types, whether it is radiotherapy, hormonal therapy, and immunotherapy. Then the last one is surgical. Cancer patients sometimes require surgical procedures, and all in the document I provided to the House, from prostate cancer to mastectomy for breast cancer, all of them are covered under the Social Health Authority from 134,000 to 168,000 to 50,000 of different. And then lastly is when now we have to deal with the critical and the palliative care of cancer patients. Patients admitted can access critical care services. For example, 28,000 per day for up to 12 days if they're in ICU, and the palliative service care during the inpatient. Honorable Speaker, as a ministry working with the Social Health Authority, we have removed completely the limitation on the number of treatment cycles for cancer patients. We are allowing patients to receive all medical necessary sessions within their annual limit. And finally, Honorable Speaker, the member has asked the facilities which are cancer related and the services they offer. Honorable Speaker, I want to confirm to the House that SHA has contracted 140 healthcare facilities nationwide, both in private, public, and faith-based, to deliver comprehensive cancer care services. A total of 33,101 patients have received care under the SHA oncology package since the establishment of the Social Health Insurance Fund. SHA, Honorable Speaker, has also paid out a total of 5.8 billion in cancer-related claims, with an additional 774 million, which is currently under process, that will be paid by the 14th of this month. So, Honorable Speaker, I want to confirm and commit that SHA remains committed to a timely settlement schedule and robust claim adjudication process to avoid the accumulation of further debts. The fourth question, Honorable Speaker, was to explain the measures put in place by the ministry to review and enhance cancer package, including the steps taken to ensure adequate financing and allocation of funds so as to guarantee equitable access. Honorable Speaker, the Ministry of Health is committed, and the government and the ministry is committed to progressively enhance the cancer benefit package under the SHIF. And what are we doing? Under the established benefits package and tariff advisory panel mandated by the SHA Act passed by this House of 2023, we have asked them to design and review the benefit package every 2 years, but particularly for the cancer patients, we have directed them to review the existing package limits, and our goal is to progressively enhance the oncology package limit to Kenya shillings 1 million per beneficiary from the current 550,000, which still, if a patient exhausts that limit, then they can still use the emergency, chronic, and critical fund, which has been established by the House. So the cancer benefits will be jointly financed by the Social Health Insurance Fund, SHIF, annual limit of 400,000, and the emergency, chronic, and critical illness, additional 150, providing a total of 550 per beneficiary. But we have, Mr. Speaker, and this is good news, we have negotiated with the private partners, multinationals that are involved in the manufacture of consumables, drugs for cancer patients. And we have signed an MOU with Roche Pharmaceuticals that manufacture a drug called Herceptin for breast cancer in order to lower the cost of that essential cancer medicine. And they have agreed, and we have put it to an MOU, where before I came to the ministry, that drug was costing 120,000 per session. Today, I'm happy to report it is costing 40,000 coming down. And this is to ensure that healthcare is affordable and accessible. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
If you are satisfied, we move on.
Thank you. I think I have quite a number of questions.
Yes.
Maybe I continue. I'll note so that I can ask at the end of the third question. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Could the Cabinet Secretary provide a report on the status of healthcare services in Kiambu County, given the doctor strike which has continued for several months, with reports indicating the vulnerable patient, including newborns, have been the most affected? Outline the steps taken by the ministry in collaboration with the county government of Kiambu, to resolve the ongoing strikes, which has resulted in a strain on Kenyatta National Hospital as it is handling more than twice its normal capacity. Provide statistical data on the number of maternal and newborn deaths recorded in hospitals within Kiambu County, particularly between June and September 2025. Explain the reasons for the withdrawal and deployment of medical interns who had been posted to various hospitals within Kiambu County.
Minister.
Honorable Speaker and honorable members, the first question on the status of healthcare service in Kiambu County. My answer is this. A joint inspection by the Ministry of Health, the Kenya Medical Practitioner and Dentist Council, and other regulatory bodies within our ministry has found out that the service workload, outpatient department visits, at facilities like Thika Level 5, Kiambu County Referral Hospital have significantly reduced compared to the same period in the previous year, indicating a strain of service. And I have shared a table comparing between 2024 and 2025 in terms of visits. And Honorable Speaker, if you allow me, in June of 2024, 26,010 have visited hospitals in Kiambu County. Compared to the same period in 2025 during the strike in June, only 17,772 have visited, showing a drop of 31.7%. July of 2024, there were 27,000 who visited, but July of 2025 during the strike, there were only 18,477, another 33.1% drop. And then August was 26,000, August of 2024 was 26,819, and same time, August of 2025, it was 18,033, a drop of 32. In total of those 3 months, in 2024, 80,452 people visited Kiambu Level 5 hospitals. But in 2025, that dropped to 54,000. So there were 26,000 citizens of Kiambu County who never accessed health facility in Kiambu County. Maybe they were going to the neighboring counties, Murang'a, Nairobi, Kenyatta Hospital, and I would say how that has affected our referral system. The second question was the steps we have taken. Honorable Speaker, and I have evidence to provide. The industrial action in Kiambu arose from a labor dispute between the county government of Kiambu, which was the employer, and its unionist employees under the Kenya Medical Practitioners and Dentists Council, which has strained again our referral hospital Kenyatta, as it was handling more than twice its normal capacity because of the strike. Honorable Speaker, our intervention as a ministry, I have formally engaged the governor of Kiambu by phone, by text, and I have written letters which I have attached for the House to use for reference, urging for a prompt, good faith resolution in the public interest to avert further service disruption. Honorable Speaker, how far I can go is limited. I've been limited by the Constitution since provision of health service is devolved. But now I want to report that the National Return to Work Formula Framework has been signed between the union and the government, county government of Kiambu. My advice is that they should borrow a leaf from what we do in other counties, Lamu, Kakamega, many other counties which had resolved their disputes. And even with the national government, Honorable Speaker, where the national government allocated 1.75 billion in the financial year 2025 through the House to clear the long outstanding medical arrears and reaffirm their commitment to implementing. But the industrial action in Kiambu County has now been resolved. The third question was for me to provide statistic data on the number of maternal and newborn deaths recorded in hospitals within Kiambu County, particularly between June and September when the strike was on. Honorable Speaker, first I want to convey the ministry's deepest regret and the country's deepest regret for the loss of life during the period in question. Any maternal or newborn death is one death too many. And I really want to ask the House that our maternal mortality and child mortality in our country is not good. We are having discussion with our county governments. We will bring a report to the Committee of the Health of this House. I think it's something that we must discuss, that no mother who is not a patient, who is walking to a health facility to give us a living, dies and the child dies. That I think is unacceptable. But coming back to Kiambu County, maternal and newborn services are highly sensitive to disruption in service delivery. So when there's a strike of healthcare workers, the maternal and newborn services are highly affected more than the other sectors. So during the month of June and September, during the industrial action in Kiambu County, significant service disruption routine was reported to us through the Kenya Health Information System. And some staff failed to submit reports altogether. Some staff of Kiambu County. Mr. Speaker, this is a very serious offense. And going forward, we will ask digitally through our digital health agency and our digital system, every health facility in our country will report on a daily basis any maternal or child mortality that happens in that facility. But for Kiambu, it is very, very sad, Mr. Speaker, when staff fail to submit reports altogether, resulting to gross underreporting. Some of them are not reporting the right data of both maternal and newborn deaths. Notwithstanding these gaps, the county government of Kiambu itself have reported 164 newborn deaths over this period. It is very sad, it's unacceptable, it's immoral, it should not happen in any hospital, private, public, faith-based, it should not happen. So 164 newborns deaths were recorded during this period of the strike. Further, in the same period, 14 maternal deaths, 14 mothers died, were reported. And this house should know that because of the reporting disruption, these figures might be grossly understated the true burden. And I want to now read the law for which this house has passed, that failure to report health data or to misreport is an offense under Section 59 of the Digital Health Act of 2023, Honorable Speaker, that this House has passed. And this offense include relating to non-submission, falsification, or obstruction of a required health information. So I am sure colleagues, healthcare workers who get licensed through our ministry from Kiambu County, I want them and the leadership, they must be cognizant of the Section 59 of the Digital Health Act of 2023. And the ministry therefore proposes and will support punitive measures against any officer found culpable for non-reporting or misreporting in accordance with the Act passed by Parliament and all other applicable public service regulations. The reasons why we withdrew and redeployed the medical officer interns who had been posted to various hospitals within Kiambu County. Mr. Speaker and honorable members, I want to report Kiambu County received, because of the number of level 5s and the health facilities and the population, received the highest number of interns. The withdrawal and the deployment of medical officer interns, amongst other healthcare interns, was necessary due to the industrial action in Kiambu County. These interns, by law, must obtain interim practice license that is strictly conditional, and the condition is they must be supervised by qualified and licensed medical consultants. And this industrial action resulted in the absence of crucial supervisory support, meaning that the internship training standards could not be met by these interns. They could not receive it in Kiambu County. And to avoid further delay in the commencement of the internship program, the ministry, under my signature, wrote a letter to the governor of Kiambu, urging the governor to resolve the industrial action by the 15th of September to allow the internship and the interns to proceed. When the industrial action persisted past the deadline, the ministry had no option. We had to withdraw the interns with the effect from September 29 for redistribution to other counties where internship programs was going on smoothly and in accordance with the law. So as much as We wrote to the governor, and he did not enter the industrial action. We are the ones who pay interns. We, the ministry, are the ones who supervise, and we pay them through money allocated by this house. And they are Kenyans, and they have a stipulated time frame of 1 year. So, Honorable Speaker, we had no choice but to withdraw so that our interns can continue with the internship program in the other counties where internship program was proceeding smoothly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I think I have two questions on top of what the CS has asked. And my first was on my first question, whereby, Honorable CS, you say that we have corrected 80.3 billion shillings as far as SHA is concerned. My question is, out of 81.3 billion shillings, how many have been claimed by the health facilities so far? And can you be able to substantiate, to differentiate between how much go to the public hospitals and how much has gone to the private hospitals? Because, Mr. Speaker, we run a risk of making sure that we correct this money from the public, but at the end of the day, because of the log, and because health is devolved, and because of the log governors who are not able to facilitate, or who are not able to fund, who are not able to make sure that the health facility are in good conditions, many people are going to private hospitals. And therefore, this money may tend to benefit more the private hospitals more than the public hospitals. And the decision that we made as far as the SHA was concerned is to make sure that we improve our public hospitals as far as that's concerned. Mr. Speaker, I also want to ask the CS Dore, you know, the health is devolved, and we want to agree with him, but where can the minister get a grip? Because at the end of the day, when there is that discrepancy, when there is that problem between the county government and probably the health practitioners, what the ministry cannot just sit down and watch people dying. The ministry cannot just sit down and watch health facilities get dilapidated. There must be something that the minister is able to do, to call either the governor to order and to make sure that the health services are directed or they are given to the public. Because at the end of the day, even if health is devolved, the ministry has a responsibility to make sure that they provide health to the people of this country, Mr. Speaker. So therefore, can we also plead with the CS, because now the majority of the interns, the interns were taken away from the Kiambu County, and not because now the doctors are back to work. Is it possible, Bona CS? Because if you don't bring these interns to our hospitals, many of our people are now not going to be benefiting actually from the services led probably by these interns, Bona Speaker.
Waziri.
Honorable Speaker, let me start with the second question on what the minister can do. I think all that I can do is administrative, which I have done. Health is devolved. The legislature has the powers of oversight. I have contacted the Health Committee of the Senate, the Health Committee of this House are aware, and it is the decision of the Kenyan people who have devolved. If today healthcare workers go on industrial action in our referral hospitals, which are under me, then I will. But all that I can do is to do administrative, write letters, consult with the Council of Governors, which I did, talk to the governor, and I think that I have done. On the matter of withdrawal of the interns, interns is a very important component on the training of our medical and healthcare workers in all cadre, whether they are doctors, medical officers, whether they are dentists, pharmacists, clinicians, nurses, and they have a period to do internship. We have already disrupted them when there was an industrial action in Kiambu. I think it will be morally wrong for me to provide and tell them again, go back to Kiambu. That's another disruption. So the next time I'm going to post, particularly medical interns, pharmacists, dentists, clinicians, and many of them, in my opinion, will be next year when I'll do the next cohort. In terms of how much we have paid, but before even I come to how much we have paid, I think under the Social Health Authority Act, there's no discrimination. Kenyans can access, if they are members, Social Health Insurance Fund. They have all the rights to access it, either faith-based, private, or public. And that was the whole essence of UHC, for health services to be accessible, affordable, and equitable. And that's why we are saying that if a Kenyan walks, even for primary health care, which is free, if he walks to the nearest facility, be it private or faith-based, he should get exactly the same treatment as that he could have got it. 2, how much we have paid in terms of the 3 different levels. For the county governments, we have paid about 23.2% of the total 64 point under chief. We've paid 64 billion. So 23.2% went to county government or public facilities run by our counties. Faith-based facilities receive about 16.87%, and the referrals receive about referrals that are Kenyatta National Hospital, Moi Teaching, Madare Teaching and Referral Hospital, Jaramogi, and Mwai Kibaki, Odaya. They have received about 10% of that share. And the private had the largest with 49.07%. This payout is driven by a number of factors, Honorable Speaker and members. One is the service utilization. How many services are available in all those 4 categories? 2, the type of procedures offered by those facilities. Inpatient, maternity, surgery, oncology, dialysis. The more a facility has those different types, the more they get more paid. And then Kenyans have a choice on the type of facility to access. So if they're in Nyeri County, for example, they have a choice to access either to Mutumu, which is a faith-based, or to access Consolata, which is a faith-based, or to access the Nyeri County Referral Hospital Level 5. Claim processing capacity and claims desk available are in all these facilities, whether it's private and whether it is in public or faith-based. When I come to now the primary health care payout, which is free, and this is now where, Mheshimiwa, I think your question fits well, where Kenyans walk in and walk out as outpatients. They are treated, they see a medic, they get drugs, they get lab tests, they can get the basics, but it's an outpatient. And all that they need to do is to register as SHA members, not chief, as SHA members. In the PHC, which I gave the figure of the 9.8 billion has been disbursed, county governments have received 56% of that 9.6 billion. The faith-based facilities in the public health facility, which is free, which is paid by the Exchequer, have received 7% of the 9.8 billion. And the private facilities across our country have received 36% of this 9.8 9.8 billion that was paid out to all facilities that offered service under the PHC.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Nyandarua, Faith Gitau.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Could the Cabinet Secretary provide a report on the measures the ministry has put in place to avert a potential tuberculosis crisis, as many patients are resistant to its drugs for treatment, including ensuring timely access to prevention, testing, and treatment services? Question number 2, outline the actions being taken by the ministry to secure affordable treatment for multi-drug resistant tuberculosis, considering its more challenging and prolonged treatment regimen. Number 3, state the efforts in place to preserve and build upon the progress previously achieved in the fight against tuberculosis through USAID funding. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Waziri.
Honorable Speaker, the member for Nyandarua County, Honorable Faith Gitau, asked 3 questions. The answer to the first one on where the ministry has put in, what are the ministry measures put in place to avert a potential tuberculosis crisis, as many patients are resistant. The answer is that Kenya, as a country, we have made a very commendable progress, Honorable Speaker, in the fight against TB. And why do I say so? We have achieved a 41% reduction in TB incidents and 65% reduction in mortality towards the 2025 TB strategy milestone. So that 65 reduction is that there are very few people now who are dying because of tuberculosis in our country. And this is commendable. But there's a burden of this, the burden of the drug resistance TB, particularly the DRTB, has also dropped by 48% since 2015. And this has led to WHO, the World Health Organization, to remove Kenya from the list of countries with high burden of DRTB in the year 2020. So our achievement, our efforts as a country in the fight against TB and TB-resistant drugs has borne fruits, and WHO has even removed us as a country from that list in 2020. What are we doing? What measures are we doing to avert TB, the DRTB crisis? Number 1, we as a ministry, we are strengthening the diagnostic capacity. We have expanded the molecular testing using the 2027 Gene Expert, the 2028 LAMP, and 78 TrueNet platform across all our 47 counties. And I did this a number of times. The last time I did was about 1 month ago. And again, we are doing genome sequencing, which has been introduced for DRTB surveillance. So we do surveillance using technology. 2, we have also enhanced, Honorable Speaker, the treatment for DRTB. The treatment has evolved from 24-month-long regimens to the current 6 to 9 months regimes recommended by WHO. So treatment now is offered free of charge in all public government facilities. So that's how we can enhance and reach as many of our citizens. 3, we have done decentralization. The treatment now has been decentralized to 900 primary healthcare settings out of the 5,400 facilities offering TB treatment nationally. And this is to ensure continuity of care and improve patient support. So within the 5,400 facilities, we have decentralized 9 of them as a primary healthcare. Then we also build the capacity of our healthcare workers. the ministry has developed a national DR-TB guidelines. We provide continuous training and mentorship to equip healthcare workers with updated skills in diagnosis, in clinical management, and particularly in the infectious control of TB. We have done community engagement and patient support to support patients to complete treatment, because if you don't complete treatment, that's when you have a problem. So we make sure that we do community engagement, we provide patient support so that our citizens who are patients suffering from TB, first they complete the treatment and prevent their TB. This intervention offers, we do a lot of counseling, we talk to them about their nutrition, we talk to them about their transport support, while the community health promoters that we have over 107,000 across the country in every village help us do a follow-up, they do contact tracing, and they also do psychological care at home. And finally, we have enhanced the DR-TB surveillance. We conduct very regular cohort reviews just to make sure and to track the DR-TB performance and see if there will be any gaps or challenges that we can address. So a national drug resistance survey is currently underway to make a determination, and Honorable Speaker and members, once the survey is ready and is launched, just like last week I've shared a number of reports with the House for tabling, we will table so that we get, this survey will give us the true DR-TB burden in our country. Honorable Speaker, the other question was to outline the actions being taken by the ministry to secure affordable treatment for these multi-drug-resistant TB clauses, considering they're more challenging. And Honorable Speaker, the ministry and our partners will always focus on ensuring that there's consistent, there's adequate, there's affordable supply of the drug, that is the DR-TB medicines. Secondly, we do what we call accurate quantification. The National TB Program conducts regular quantification exercise in order to, and they use up-to-date patient data and electronic Queen TB tool so that we can accurately forecast the DR-TB medicine needs of our country, and that will help us to prevent any shortage or stockouts. The supply chain management, we are working with the KEMSA to efficiently manage procurement and distribution, including the use of the Integrated Logistic Management and Information System for real-time tracking and for last-mile distribution. Now we have a turnaround of about 7 days, and national buffer stock is maintained, Honorable Speaker and members, to cushion against any delay in case of any disruption in the global supply chain. Lastly is our procurement strategy. Honorable Speaker and members, up to 70% of the treatment commodities for drug-sensitive TB are procured using GOK funding, which will help us to enhance sustainability and reduce reliance on external sources. So on TB, we have 70% to make sure that none of our citizens miss out on these important drugs. The last one, Honorable Speaker, was to state the efforts in place to preserve and build upon the progress previously achieved in the fight against TB clauses through USAID funding. Honorable Speaker, we have initiated a deliberate measure to safeguard and scale the gains achieved through USAID support and aligning them with the national UHC agenda. We have done health system integration. TB services now are being integrated into primary health care and UHC framework to ensure sustainability and reduce dependence on vertical programs. So Kenyans now can visit their level 2, level 3, their dispensaries, their health centers to access these TB services. We're also building the capacity continuously training of our community health promoters. We are training our clinicians and lab staff in order to maintain a thorough on-the-job mentorship, and government supports these fresher training programs. And lastly, we do domestic financing advocacy. We continue as a ministry to advocate for increased domestic financing at both national and county level. The annual TB budget for the financial year, Honorable Speaker, 2024-2025 was $136 million, of which government funding covered only 1% and donor funding 20%, leaving a 79% funding gap. We will appeal to the House, the National Assembly, which is a budget-making house, for increased resource allocation. But, Mr. Speaker, I don't want to say much, but we are talking to our colleagues under the new U.S. administration, and we are coming up with a substitute for USAID. And I think by the end of this month, the country will hear the good news. That we might not call it USAID, we might call it something else, but we are negotiating, and by the end of this month or early next month, we will find a way of how we can bring back the role USAID played, because USAID was key in this area. And then, of course, we are collaborating at the multi-sectoral level to make sure that there's accountability. And so sectors like housing, nutrition, correctional services, and labor, we are also telling them how to address the social determinants of TB. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. But just to finish, we will, through Honorable Gitau, and we will write to the House, we will ask for more allocations. But rest be assured that TB control will closely linked to poverty, it's closely linked to poor housing, it's closely linked to poor nutrition, and that's why we have to adopt a multi-sectoral approach and talk to other stakeholders for accountability framework. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Faith Gitau, you're satisfied?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I want to confirm to the Minister that we have no TB drugs in Nyandarua, and most of the hospitals around, in Kenya, do not have these drugs. Please, you have said that you're providing free of charge. When do we expect these drugs in our hospitals?
Minister.
Honorable Speaker, I was in Nyandarua 3 weeks ago. I want to confirm to the House there are plenty of TB drugs in Nyandarua. And I am ready to send my officers to Nyandarua with the Honorable Member to go and verify. I am ready, Honorable Speaker. I cannot lie to this House. The TB drugs are available in Nyandarua County, in all the hospitals, and I'm ready, under your direction, that the Director General of Health, approved by this House, is here. I will dispatch him to Nyandarua tomorrow and to confirm to the Honorable Member.
Fair enough. Kagusha.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Could the Cabinet Secretary in charge of health clarify whether there is an outstanding debt amounting to Kenya shillings 450 million shillings owed to Consolata Hospital, Madari, and of course 433 million to Nyeri County Hospitals, including 36.7 million for Mukurweini Hospital and 236 million for Tumutumu Hospitals.
That is
and this comprising
Kagusha. That's not your question. You are not allowed to go beyond what is on the order paper. So just read out your question. You can ask those other figures in your supplementary.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And this amount comprising of arrears accumulated at the National Hospital Insurance Fund and payments for the Social Health Authority, that is NHIF and SHA. Number two, state the factors contributing to the prolonged delay in remitting payments to Consolata Hospital Madari, despite the provision of health services to patients. Of course, Honorable Speaker, I would like just to note that the fraudulent payments in millions have also been made to dysgenious hospitals, while genuine ones are missing out. Honorable Speaker, number 3, outline the measures put in place to ensure the debt owed to the hospital is promptly settled and its operations fully restored. Number 4, provide a timeline for the payment of the arrears and dues accumulated from October 2024 to April 2025 to Consolata Hospital, Madari, by SHA. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Minister.
Honorable Speaker, on Consolata Hospital, Madari, I first want to clarify that the NHIF legacy debt, and that is one of the problems, biggest problem that we are facing as a country, and which is making the implementation of the Social Health Authority a bit bumpy, because many of the questions that are raised on debt are on the legacy debt of NHIF. As of 30th September 2024, when this House enacted the new Social Health Authority Act, the NHIF liability owed to Consolata Madari Hospital stood at 153 million. This facility falls under the category of health providers owed amount exceeding 10 million shillings and is subject to verification and validation process as mandated both by law, by the Constitution, by the PFM Act, and by the presidential directive prior to any payment being made. So, Honorable Speaker, and I've attached the letter that Kenyans who are owed between 1 shilling to 10 million of the former NHIF debt, amounting to 5.3 billion, accounting for 92-93%, will be settled. And I've written to the Minister for National Treasury, and I'll table the letter, that he puts it in the supplementary estimates. And currently, Honorable Speaker, using the audit, pending verification audit led by the former Auditor General and the leadership of Social Health Authority, we are auditing and we are verifying and validating all the pending bills of NHIF. On SHA payment status for Consolata and outstanding payment, the overall SHA settlement rate for all our faith-based organization facilities, whose their bills and invoices and claims have been verified, reviewed, clinically checked, and are ready for payment and paid, is standing at 65% as of today. Consolata Hospital Madari will receive 29,324,966.47 for claims which are currently being processed by SHA. They have been validated, they have been reviewed, and they have been confirmed that they are the right claims, and they will be paid in the next payment cycle, which is the 14th of November next week. Honorable Speaker, I've also provided a table summarizing the payment status of Consolata Hospital Madari. And this is a document. Since SHA started, Honorable Speaker, over 372 million have been paid to Consolata Hospital Madari. And that constitutes about 17,432 claims. In October of this last month, we have received 4,792 claims, totaling 81 million. And they are the ones which are under review. Honorable Speaker, it's good to say it here on the floor. And the leadership of Consolata We have told them, we have shared with them, they said with the claims managers at SHA, a total of 335 claims have been rejected with a money value of 14,799.325. And Honorable Speaker, if you allow me, what is a rejected claim? A rejected claims is number one, if that claim you have lodged and the patient was Honorable Duale, the Minister for Health, if that claim does not have a claim form, I am sure every member sitting in this house, when you go and see your doctor, there is a claim form that you sign. The first part of that claim form, it is the patient who signs your name, your address. The second part of that claim form is signed by the doctor attending to you. And the last part is signed by the hospital administrator. We have situations where, number one, there's no claim form. Number two, a claim form is written with one biro pen with the same handwriting. That claim is rejected, is fraudulent, and it will never be paid. So Consolata has a rejected claim of 335, totaling 14 million. We have returned claims totaling 15 million. 877, Honorable Speaker. What is return? When certain important documentation are missing. Invoice is not itemized, documents are missing. Those are not rejected. The law allows you to go back, bring those documents missing, and you don't need to bring them physically. You just need them to upload into a digital superhighway. Then sent for payment, which will pay by the 14th, is 29,324,966. Then they have got 127 million, a total of 2,800 claims, which now is under review, and our doctors, clinicians, the system is reviewing. Is everything in order? We don't want to pay unless we make sure. So in total, Consolata, it's not even the 450. It's 676,205,000, and I've given the order what is due, what is required for documentation, what has been sent for payment, and what is rejected, and what they need to provide. On the factors contributing, Honorable Speaker, to the prolonged delays in, some of them I have said, but let me say the problem with the Consolata. And I hope the Member of Parliament will go on, because we have told them ourselves. The complex claims. Consolata Madari Hospital submits high-value complex claims for service, such as surgery, oncology, dialysis. These high comprehensive medical claims, they require very comprehensive medical review as part of the claims adjudication in order to process to ensure adherence to established clinical, contractual, and financial compliance. They must be subjected to some audit. So if it's oncology, we must make sure the cancer patient was there. He has gone through all the systems. We have to check the ID card. We have to, if it is surgery, we must make sure there's theater notes and all the other. And all this is for compliance, because of the contractual obligation, because of financial compliance, or because of standard before payment. And the claims under review are for the period 12th of August to 30th of October. Number two, with the Consolata, we are facing what we call provider submission issues. There's delays, which are largely occasioned by provider-based factors. If they take long to provide submission of documents, if there are missing signatures in those documents, if there are incorrect patient details, and if there are low resubmission rates for correction, then the Social Health Authority will not be blamed. And we are telling all facilities, public, private, and faith-based, including our referral hospital, going forward, they must employ dedicated staff, managers, claim managers, who will make sure from morning to evening they are dealing with claims and reimbursement and work closely with our county and relationship managers for different categories. Honorable Speaker, the last question was, and then we had an issue of, we took long in terms of claims management, but I want to say that because of many litigation and court cases, at least now, SHA has since hired 9 case management officers and recruitment is going on to build the capacity. The third question, Honorable Speaker, was to outline the measures to put in place to ensure the debt owed to hospitals. I think on the NHIF legacy debt, the claim of Consolata falls above the 10 million threshold, and we have subjected it to comprehensive verification and validation process mandated by the President and the Cabinet. But Honorable Speaker, let me now speak as a Kenyan. I think Parliament at some stage will come and talk to you. I think there are facilities, and they are both in public, private, and faith-based, that face imminent closure because of the NHIF legacy debt. I think we must do whatever it takes, and I will do it myself as the Minister for Health in consultation with the President and the Cabinet to make sure that we resolve this. Because once we resolve that, then I think a lot of the questions are on that legacy debt. On NHIF claim settlement, as I have said, we are reviewing our medical review capacity. We have done full automation of the claims processing using AI-driven in collaboration with the Digital Health Agency. And now we have a faster verification and timely payment. And we have enough money, Honorable Speaker, to pay our facilities. We are doing also stakeholder engagement. I led a meeting with all the bishops who run, and the different churches that run, and the SUPKEM who run faith-based. And we have agreed, we have created individual relationship managers. We have set a number of private sector players in Nairobi and the surrounding counties. When we do our rollout, SHA rollout, we also engage with the people. But I want to ask Honorable Member from Kroini that even tomorrow we will engage with the Consolata Madari Hospital so that we reconcile our accounts, because they provide very important facilities. But Honorable Speaker, if you allow me, I had 2 weeks ago, I had met in Rumuruti the CEO of Tumutumu, the CEO of Chogoria, and the CEO of Kikuyu Eye Hospital. And they sat with our team led by Dr. Masi. They have reconciled the claim submitted by Tumutumu is 276 million. Payment completed is about 137 million. In October payout, they received 14 million. We have a rejection of 21 million for Tumutumu, and we have under review close to about 103. So we are engaging them, and all our PCA hospitals, we are talking to the Secretary General. So on a daily basis, we had the Deputy Secretary General of PCA, and on that occasion, I'm the one, Honorable Karani, Dr. Karani was there. I'm the one who asked, please come with the big hospitals, and we did, and we have reconciled.
Sure. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. May I start by thanking the Cabinet Secretary for having given me students for Mukurweini KMTC. The students have now reported, and they have started learning. And actually, they started learning today. And for that reason, Honorable CS, I want to very sincerely thank you very much on behalf of the people of Mukurweini. Honorable Speaker, it is indeed true what the Cabinet Secretary has raised, that Madari Hospital and Tumutumu Hospital and other faith-based hospitals in Nyeri County faces imminent closure, especially because of what he has called the legacy debt owed by the NHIF. And of course, we also have other private providers in Nyeri County and other counties that have that challenge. Honorable Speaker, the issue of Mathari Hospital having claims which are high value, which are quite sophisticated and complicated, is not a surprise because this hospital offers very good machinery which is advanced and which also is quite sophisticated. And for that reason, there is need to get a working formula with this hospital so that they do not get unnecessary delays in terms of their refunds. Honorable Speaker, one of the issues that is being raised by quite a number of doctors, and I had a chat with a doctor by the name Goody Gol from Nyeri County. One of the issues they are raising is some of the requirements by SHA, which are raising ethical and legal issues. When, for example, Honorable Speaker, SHA requires you to provide written notes after every surgery by the doctors. One of the issues which is coming out that this information is quite sensitive, and if this information has to be passed through the what the CS calls the information superhighway, sometimes it's also considered to be an insecure information system. And you can imagine what kind of damage this information would do to the patients if it lands in the wrong hands or if it gets out there in the public. And of course, Honorable Speaker, this also is seen to be against our Data Protection Act. And I think the ministry, SHA and the ministry will actually need to come up with this, to come up with a way of handling this information. The last issue, Honorable Speaker, is that in Mathari Hospital, which is handling a lot of oncology issues, they are also missing coverage for a number of cancer treatment and diagnosis procedures, like the biopsies, histopathology, immunohistochemistry, cancer staging CT scans, which are very important in diagnosis of cancer, and of course, which are also pretty expensive. Some of them go up to 40,000 and above. So, Honorable Speaker, there's an issue maybe that we also need to be addressed. Lastly, Honorable Speaker, very lastly, I can see the Honorable Chair for the Health Committee is also here. Honorable Speaker, you remember I raised a question here and a statement request on the issue of blood transfusion reagents and blood bags in the country. Honorable Speaker, now it is well over 7 months or 8 months since I raised this question in this House, and the chairman has not responded even after approaching him privately, personally, severally. Honorable Speaker, maybe you need to prevail upon the chairman of the committee to respond to this very important question, especially now because the CS says that the US is returning their funds, even though through a different name other than USAID. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Leave the chairman out for now. Chairman, prepare and bring a response next week. Minister?
Mr. Speaker, the Social Health Authority was enacted by this House, and it aligns to the data protection. The same with the Digital Health Agency. And if member from Kroania, and thank you, you came to my office, I am happy I have complied on the MTC issue. And that's why I want to tell you, this is a government that delivers. When leaders come, despite their political orientation, we serve the people of Kenya. But SHA complies with the Data Protection Act mechanism in place. 2, patient consent is also availed. But let me bring to the attention of this House, Honorable Speaker, that claim adjudication requires verification that the service took place. The doctors who are talking to you, and I'm sure they are watching me, one of the basic, I'm not a doctor, but I sit with the doctors every day in Afia House, and next to me is the Director General of Health, who this House has vetted and approved And in section 16 of the Health Act says he is a technical advisor to the minister and government, including parliament. In medical school, in theater, for social health authority to confirm a procedure has taken place, that facility, that doctor must provide theater notes. Minus theater notes, that claim is rejected. I will give you another more simple example. If a delivery, a maternity delivery has taken place in a facility, whether through C-section or normal delivery, and you want social health authority to pay, part of the claims document, there must be a very important document known as birth notification. If there is no birth notification, then how can SHA pay you and prove that a child has been born? You know, Honorable Speaker and members, we should not compare the social health authority to the defunct, corrupt, with no system NHIF. They are world and world apart. It's like first world to third world. It's like day and night. So the people who used to be paid millions of shillings for birth or maternity without providing birth notification, that will not happen anymore. Without, even Honorable Speaker, now for a doctor to use his authorization, pre-authorization, OTP, he must be within 500 meters of the health facility. There were days when doctors and healthcare workers could could use their OTP to authorize from their bedroom at midnight. We want doctors, when they want to use their pre-authorization code, we want them, and healthcare workers, we want them to go and visit and do it in the health facility, meet the patient, see the condition of the patient. Never again will theaters and health facilities be run using the mobile phone of healthcare workers. Honorable Chair, I don't want to go into the blood services. I have done the answer. The chairman, my chairman, is very capable and competent, and I'm sure when the time comes, he will provide the answer.
Kazi Mtandaza.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I rise to ask question 74 of 2025 to the Cabinet Secretary. Could the Cabinet Secretary, one, provide a report of payments made by the Social Health Insurance Fund, including the number of vulnerable people catered for by SHIF in Matuga constituency and nationally? Two, state the timelines which the Social Health Authority, SHA, will reconcile payments made under NHIF through the NGCDF that were not transferred to SHIF and indicate the fate of these payments. Three, outline measures implemented to cover the patients who are unable to pay their balances after exhausting their SHIF cover. And four, state the plans put in place to clear balances of patients detained in public hospitals due to their pending hospital bills balances after exhaustion of their SHIF cover. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Minister.
Honorable Speaker and members, on the vulnerable persons, the national government is currently sponsoring households, translating to about 1.5 million Kenyans who their data was picked from the social protection net across all constituencies and divisions and wards in our country. Of this number, 1,769 households were from Matuga. So the 558,000 indigents that we launched at the national level, we have confirmed and we can provide the list. 1,769 households are from Matuga constituency. And these members are now active and can access all available SHA benefits and paid for by the government of Kenya under the able leadership of President Ruto. Additionally, over 62,461 households are sponsored by counties, the NGCDF in our various constituencies, and various development partners and philanthropists. Question 2 was to state the timeline. Honorable Speaker and honorable members, SHA recognizes that some sponsors, including NGCDF, have had made prepayments under the former NHIF that need to be transitioned to the new Social Health Authority. I really want to ask the indulgence because we didn't have staff, we were recruiting, there were many court cases, but now serious reconciliation of these transitional prepayments made by members of this House to the defunct NHIF, such as those from Matuga, are currently ongoing, and I have directed the leadership and the board of SHA that they must conclude it before Parliament goes on for the long recess, so that members can now identify and use these resources for the indigent among their constituencies. And then SHA has also committed to finalize this transition of these balances, and they will credit them to the members' SHA accounts as soon as possible. We will also, Honorable Speaker and members, provide a comprehensive update on such payment once the reconciliation is complete before the House goes on recess for all affected counties and entities. And these prepaid balances will be credited into their accounts. Number 3 and 4, Honorable Speaker, combined was the measures implemented. Honorable Speaker, the Ministry of Health acknowledged the concern regarding patients reportedly detained in public hospitals due to unpaid bills following the exhaustion of their shift cover. What measures are we doing for this, to give these Kenyans financial protection? And before I give these measures, Honorable Speaker, SHA will not pay everything. We are only now dealing with oncology. We want to make sure we increase the package for oncology, and that because cancer is a serious disease in our country, that we protect the most vulnerable cancer patients. But if you go to use your shift card, then you must be ready to pay a balance that will be left after. But we want to expand the benefit package, and this includes the Emergency Chronic Critical Illness Fund. We want them to cover the very critical and the very prolonged care after you exhaust your shift limits or your shift limits are reached. Then, like cancer, oncology, if the member exhausts, then we will now, the CCIF kicks in, that was found. On another financial protection, we want to look at how we can strengthen mechanism for financial protection, especially for indigents and vulnerable population, through our social health subsidy program. And this subsidy program will be targeting the most vulnerable people of our society. So we will continue to work closely as a ministry with the SHA and our county governments to ensure that financial hardship does not deny citizens access to essential healthcare service. And this is the philosophy behind universal health coverage. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Yes, Tandaza.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Let me start by saying that I'm half happy, given the statement that they are working on the vulnerable people in Matuga. And he has said, before we go for recess, he'll have completed that process. I'm half happy because I highly doubt if that will be done, considering that when we made the ministry last time, I think in Naivasha during our retreat, that time we were given as Parliament that in 4 weeks, that process would have been done, and that, I think, in February. Now we are in November, but the CS says before we go for recess, that means in 2 weeks' time or thereabout, that will be completed. I would want that to be noted and actually see if it will actually happen. If it happens, I'll be full happy. 2, there is a communication which I think should be very clear, CS, through the chair. The information out there is that once you are fully covered by SHA or SHIF, all medical expenses are taken care of. And I think that's what brings the problem of people saying SHA doesn't work, because now the CS is saying it's not designed to cater for everything. I think this information should be very clear, because all the communication that we get from the executive is that once you are covered, go to any hospital, walk in, be treated, and go back home. But here the CS has said it does not cover everything. Can that also be clear and be communicated so that we know the limits of SHA? Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Minister.
Mr. Speaker and honorable members, I want to make it very clear, and it's even very clear in the laws that this House has passed. What is paid by the Exchequer and is free to all Kenyans, as long as they are registered with the Social Health Authority, is the primary health care in level 2, level 3, and some parts of level 4. That one is very clear. The President has made pronouncements. The Honorable Speaker has made those pronouncements. And we should not confuse Kenyans. And that's why 9.8 billion has been paid out. Reimbursement for primary health care facilities, both in public, private, and faith-based. Outpatient. You walk in, you walk out. And Honorable Speaker, the governor of Nairobi is one governor I want to thank. In his primary health care facilities, level 2, level 3, and part of sub-county, he has made it put clear, even posters, saying, walk in, walk out. So that, but we have, in some instance, where some counties are co-charging. It's called co-paying. And even the committee of this House have gone out and they have found out. And we have said that it's criminal, it is not right. Now we come to SHIF, the Social Health Insurance Fund, where you pay, if you are in the formal sector, salaried people, 2.7% of your income. And if you are in the informal sector, you go through a mean testing and you pay based on what the mean testing tells you, based on your assets. That one, the Social Health Insurance Fund, is not free. You must pay for it. And that's why if it's maternity, normal delivery, 10,000, fully covered. But there are certain specialized. If you overstay in the hospital, maybe the bill is about $1 million, SHIF will pay 700, 600. The balance must be paid by the patient. Honorable Speaker, I want to confirm, when members were being given that commitment in Naivasha, I was not the minister. But I want to confirm, and I know, Honorable Speaker, when you go on record, I was not...
Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Cabinet Secretary has kept on telling us that in some instances, the SHA will pay and it will leave some money for the patient to pay. Is the minister aware? Is the minister aware that the Constitution guarantees Kenyans health services? Because there are some Kenyans who are very poor and they don't choose which type of sickness that will befall them. Any type of sickness, whether expensive or not expensive, may befall them. And they will overstay in the hospital because of those sicknesses. Or it may exhaust their contribution. Why can't the government say where it's exhausted, they pay for the patient? Because it's not his wish and he has no money.
Yes, Bayer.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I think the Honorable Cabinet Secretary has been very clear on SHIF, SHA, and the other one. And I think the Honorable
Which is the other one?
The Honorable Wanjala needs to be awake and listen to SHIF or SHA, the one that pays and the one that you don't pay. Those are two different things. So I think Honorable is probably to say SHIF does this and SHA does this, so that the Honorable Wanjala understands clearly.
Naisula. Order. Naisula.
Wanjala, your noise maker. Honorable Speaker, I had the Cabinet Secretary clearly giving credit to the governor of Nairobi, but then he said there are some counties which are co-charging. It is in the same breath that those counties should be named in this house, because for the same stick you give credit, we need to punish, and those counties have to be ashamed and they have to be named, and those governors should be surcharged and should be jailed for co-charging the patients, Mr. Speaker. They need to be named.
Yes, Jalango.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you so much, Cabinet Secretary. The one thing that does not come out very well is to what level is SHA or SHIF taken care of. We have situations, and I had a public participation just the other day, where we have patients who SHA have covered large amounts, and those that have been covered in very small amounts. So they keep on wondering. This guy was paid, the patient was paid, bill was paid to an extent of 300,000. There's this one who is requesting only 15,000. It is not being paid. So there's one thing that the Cabinet Secretary and his team must come out and tell the public. Continuous communication about what is covered by what to what extent. And lastly, Mr. Speaker, during this public participation that we had with our people, there are those who still want even to be told to be taken through on how to register, and they want to register, they still don't know how. And your medium of communication cannot rely on TV and newspapers only. Nowadays we have so much. You're even talking about AI being used now in the medical space. We have these influencers. We have these social media spaces that we need to have this communication go out again and again so that we demystify this thing about SHA. It is working, yes, but you get to a point where you have to still have to explain to people, Mr. Speaker. Cabinet
Speaker,
You made your point.
the Cabinet Secretary needs to come out, as my colleagues have said, very clear on what SHA covers and what SHA does not cover. And I want to go on record, Honorable Speaker, my own mother stayed in hospital for 5 days, and SHA, out of her bill 213,272, SHA only paid 11,740. Honorable Speaker, Cabinet Secretary, what's not happening? Surely something is not being truthful. We are not telling the Kenyans the truth on what SHA can and what SHA cannot do. NHI probably used to pay better than this. We just need that comfort. Communicate very clearly, and the evidence is here. Hospital bill is here.
Kibagandi.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. First, I would like to be very clear that the CS is talking about an ideal situation. That is not what is happening on the ground. Just like Honorable Oundo, my mom has been sick for close to 10 years now. In 2019, she was operated on. It is called diabetic foot. And the bill then came to about 625,000. NHIF paid 270 or thereabout. On Saturday, the bill for my mom, who has been ailing again and had to undergo 2 operations at Metropolitan Hospital in Buruburu because of diabetes, the bill came to 1.1 million shillings, and the bill that was paid by SHA is 123,000 shillings. I shared that with my chairman, and we shared that with the hospital. And Honorable Speaker, today I'm trying to control myself so that I don't demonstrate the unfortunate thing that happened the other day. What I would like to assure you, Honorable Speaker, is that nobody in this country has done research on SHA like I have. Number one, on issues to do with benefits. The benefits in SHA are inferior to what NHIF was offering. That is one. Number two, the processes of reimbursing hospitals is is systematically oppressive to hospitals, in the sense that hospitals now are too careful on how they handle patients. Number three, professionalism within the ministry, SHA, and every other space within the Ministry of Health, Honorable Speaker, we have trouble. And this is happening, including up to the counties. And at this point, Honorable Speaker, I would like to request the Honorable Cabinet Secretary, when people raise concerns, please don't politicize these concerns. Seek to have proper interventions for these concerns. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Didymus.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want the Minister to confirm two questions. Number one is during means testing that those Kenyans who are perceived to have some stable source of income will pay more than those who do not have, so that we can be able to understand why Kibagendi's mother, NHIF, paid more than what SHA is paying her. If that clarification is done, then we can understand that in terms of means testing, the amount you pay is dependent on your perceived income. Number two, can the Minister confirm to this House, because any new policy that the government implements must either generate into some small public problems, because it is new. You may think you are solving one, then 3 or 4 comes up. So can the Minister confirm to this House that in his ministry, he has set up a team that will entail in collecting data, collecting those problems that are coming in implementing this SHA and SHIF, and that they are working around the clock to ensure that those problems don't recur again, because policy improvements are done by using feedback as a tool for continuous improvement. Can the Minister confirm to this House that indeed Kenyans should be confident that SHA and SHIF will continue to improve because they are collecting data which they use as a tool for continuous improvement? I thank you, Chair. Yes.
Mama Dagoretti.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mine is just to ask the CS whether the ministry has ever done what I'll say, just go and do your tour to different hospitals, sample out, and get to learn what is the biggest challenge that we are facing as a country. Because when you hear the prices we are paying in hospital, I'll give you an example. CS, I know SHA doesn't really cover so much on patients of diabetes. And we find a hospital, just the normal testing of diabetes, on the fee that they are charging is 700 per test when a patient is admitted in their hospitals. I will tell you today, I am discharging my mom. If I give you the figure we are paying for 1 week, 4 days, 3 million, doesn't make sense. Yusuf was here, the brother passed on 2 days ago. Stayed 4 weeks in Aga Khan, 11 million shillings. 200,000 was the dialysis test every time. We need now to come with a cap, and I want CS to look at it. Either you tell us the taxes on issues of health are so high that the hospitals should be charging this, or we bring a cap and we decide as a country, this is where a hospital can reach. If it is management, take a patient the way they do in the US to a management care hospice. For Kenyans are going to go to the worst in this health system. Thank you.
Nabulindo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mine is very specific, and I would like to talk to Waziri. Waziri came to Mumias 2 months ago and had negotiations with our Bishop Kakamega, over St. Mary's Hospital, Mumias. And on that day, the CS announced publicly that St. Mary's Hospital is going to be opened the next day. Mr. Speaker, I would like to inform the House and the CS, if he's not aware, that St. Mary's Hospital is yet to be opened. The people who are getting services at St. Mary's are still suffering. And St. Mary's, this is an institution that was opened 1930. It has a lot of significance in Wangaland, and all of us have grown up using St. Mary's Hospital. In fact, several of my children have been born in St. Mary's Hospital, and another one will be born there next year if it will be open. So could the minister...
You are a very hard-working man.
Yes, I'm sure next year Mama will go there to get a baby. But the hospital is not open. So what will happen? So could Waziri tell us what is actually going on about St. Mary's Hospital? People are really suffering. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for the chance.
Robert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, NHIF had a very, very bad reputation, and due to its poor management of claims, and the CS has constantly made, mentioned that. But CS, when now you started deducting more money under the new arrangement of SHA, with a system that cost us 104 billion over a 10-year period, we thought that this issue of fake claims and this management of claims would be a thing of the past. Now, recently in a public baraza, you actually were saying that there's a lot of money stolen through the new system, and that you are actually going to take some cases to the DCI. I wanted to just know, does that mean that this new expensive system is not working? And so far, after you took your files to DCI, how many have been convicted and jailed? Thank you.
Honorable Speaker, let me start from the reverse. From my former colleague at Moi Forces Academy, many years, the deputy minority leader. Number one, the system does not cost 104 billion over a period of 10 years. And the government of Kenya is not paying a cent. Because the 104 billion should have passed through this house. So what is there is a fee for service. The system is built, and the Kenyans who use through the Digital Health Agency, then the developers of the system will be paid. Two, and very important, that you have raised. In fact, the fraudulent claims and the facilities that were flagged off, number one, were flagged off by the AI system, fraud detection system of the digital superhighway, and then counter-checked by our clinical review team. As I said, Honorable Speaker, before I came to the ministry, and the SHA is just now 13 months old, the people who used to steal from NHIF went to SHA not knowing that this is a different animal. Honorable Speaker, you'll find a facility saying that there were 300 deliveries in their hospital, and all of them were C-section. That's even against the WHO rule. That is now a fraud. Or there are no birth certification. The system says, the system will check the documentation, or there is no even the legal document of the claim. So the system is the one that, and we submitted close to 118 files to the DCI after, with concrete evidence. I think up to about 20 plus he has submitted to the DPP. Once it has left me, it has gone to a different group called the Criminal Justice System. Some of them have been taken to court. Very senior people in SHA, facility owners. And we will continue. And we have closed 1,184. And they are about, all of them, they are under investigation. So it is, and this fraud, same fraud is taking place in the medical insurance, private medical insurance scheme, even covered by Parliament. If you talk to Jubilee, if you talk to CIC, talk to them. The same problem SHA is facing is what they are facing. Because we had a meeting with them. In fact, today, if SHA suspends you from their portal, I can assure you 100% that facility, all other private medical insurers will also suspend. Honorable Speaker, there were a number of questions. And you know the first one, let me start with the Honorable Tandaza. I want to assure you that I have the list of all the NGCDF payments available. The list also contains receipts and dates and months. And Honorable Speaker, to be honest to the House, I will table that next Tuesday. I'll make sure the leader of majority tables. I kind of want to assure you, and just to give you a sample, Subukia constituency, between 2024 to 2025, the amount is 156,000. Jomvu, NGCDF, 9,960,000. Chuka Iganga Ngombe, 2,700,000. Mandera West, 3 million. Westlands, 966,000, among many others. And I will table it to the House. And I stand by that. Before the House goes on recess, we will do all the reconciliation. It's now underway, and we will post the reconciliation indigent list submitted during the NHIF time. We will submit to the House, and we will do it through mean testing, and we will make sure that we abide by the direction of colleague members. Honorable colleague members, from Honorable member for Budalangi, my good friend. In fact, between NHIF and the NSSF, the NHIF and SHA, you should be a very happy member of Parliament, like me, as a minister. It's SHA that covers more than 4 women. You have 4 spouses. NHIF used to cover only 1. SHA covers unlimited number of children, as long as you can prove they are your children. So that alone tells you that NHIF and SHA, you can't compare the two. To me, Honorable Speaker, the package, the benefit package.
Yes, Angela, what is it?
I never asked how many wives does SHA cover. My question was...
Order, Angela. It is public notoriety that you have been proclaiming how many wives you have.
But I didn't say how many they should cover. He should answer my question. He should go back and answer my question.
Okay.
That nobody chooses which type of disease, the type of, whether expensive disease or cheap disease. So what we are saying is that SHA should cover everything once somebody is sick. Because it guarantees that.
Honorable Speaker, I have been with him for many years in this House. You can see, even when he's asking, he's a very happy man. So he's very happy with my answer that this is a better package. But Honorable Speaker, the benefit package is gazetted and is available. The package was passed by this House. How much is for oncology? How much is for dialysis? How much is for... And if the House, through its wisdom, increases the package, we will. But the package was passed by this House. The package under law is due for review by the Health Benefit and Advisory Panel. And I've taken the concerns of Parliament, and Parliament should also provide the budget. But Honorable Speaker, let me even go a different way, because many members were asking the differences between NHIF and SHA. For surgical tariffs across all providers, any surgery, they are unstandardized across all the providers. Before you could go to a private hospital, they charge you a different amount that is charged in the faith-based, that is paid for in the private. But now we have said any surgical procedure, whether it's you go to Aga Khan, or you go to a county hospital, or you go to a faith-based hospital, it is standard. 2, the tariff limits have been increased by 12% under SHA. And I want members to look at even the law we have passed. Every tariff, every benefit tariff have been increased by 12%. Under NHIF, the limits were different for different facilities. Different hospitals were charging differently. And Honorable Mama Degorot, Beatrice, let me agree with you. Healthcare is very expensive. And it depends on which hospital you choose. So you must be very careful which hospital you take your patient to. There are hospitals, private hospitals in our country, that if you stay for 5 days, you get a bill of 11 million, when it should be 2 million. I have concerns. So I think in previous parliament, we have discussed the cost of healthcare in our country. Before this House, Honorable Speaker, my committee, led by Honorable Dr. Nyikal, is looking at quality care and patient safety bill. I think we must do amendments to that law to deal with the cost of healthcare in our country. In other professions, lawyers, their costs are regulated. We must regulate as a country. I'm sure those who are doctors who are in this house and the ones who work with me will not be very happy, but we have to say it. The difference between NHIF and SHA, emergency evacuation will soon be launched. There is the ECCIF. Once we do the emergency evacuation, the ambulance will be paid for by SHA. The first 24 hours will be paid by SHA. That never used to happen under NHIF. All Kenyans now will have an access to an ambulance. The days when a patient is taken to a hospital or an emergency and you are asked for deposit is over with Social Health Authority. These are the benefits. SHA will pay for the ambulance. SHA will pay for the first 24 hours. The only package that I think the feedback we got, and we get a lot of feedback. We have a call center, 147, that every day over 5,000 to 10,000 Kenyans call. We get feedback from leaders like you. We get feedback from citizens on their concerns. But the Social Health Authority, the Social Health Insurance Act, the Primary Health Act. Let me tell you the biggest difference between NHIF and SHA. And this is now where I should want to thank this House and the leadership of this country. Primary health care paid by the Exchequer at level 2, level 3 and sub-county hospital is free. You walk in, you walk out. Now let me come to the question of my sister, Samburu West. Yes, if you ask me, if you put a question on those who are co-charging, I will provide. But I think complimenting the ones who are doing good work, I think I'll do it. You know, it's members who oversight. Mine is implementation. But I agree with you. It is criminal, it is unethical, it is immoral for when this House has appropriated resources for Kenyans who access outpatient through the Primary Health Care Fund. And the money is supposed to go to the facility as capitation. You're asking Kenyans to buy exercise book, to pay for laboratory. Mr. Speaker, that is immoral, it's a constitutional criminal even in the law that you have passed. And I think a time will come when we shall shame those facilities and in those counties, whether even my referral hospital, if they charge extra than what is provided. On St. Mary's, Honorable Speaker, even if I was a resident of Kakamega, maybe my children also could have been born there. But let me make it very clear, Honorable Speaker, I've even given you the data as one of our leaders. St. Mary to date, SHA has paid 114,548,896. The claims which are with us, which we will pay in November, which is this month, is only 5.5 million. I went to Kakamega myself. I sat with the whole team, our Lord Bishop. We sat with the whole team, the bankers, the SHA team. We reconciled. We did a press conference. But that is a faith-based facility. I cannot go and open it. Now that I have given you the amount of money, the one for NHIF is a legacy debt, just like Consolata Madari Hospital. Honorable Speaker, St. Mary has become a political hospital. I cannot go and open. I am ready to go with you, but I told the Lord Bishop, when you're opening, call me. I'll even bring extra drugs from the Ministry of Health. We are waiting for the day to be opened. So let me send my good brother, please, 114 million have been paid by SHA. 5.5 he will pay. The reason why it's not being opened is beyond my control. It's the way if Nairobi Hospital today closes and I have paid them the money and maybe they want to go and open a hotel, there's very little I can do. Honorable Speaker, so St. Mary, that is the case, but we are, as a Minister of Health, we are working, and I really want to ask both Professor Undo and my brother Kibagendi that I need to get the details of those two patients and see those particular hospitals. We have hospitals that also want to co-charge people. They don't want to use the right tariff. It's called decoding. But I'll ask Mercy and myself, Honorable Kibagendi and the professor, just share with me so that we check from the system, and if we feel there is a problem, we will go resolve it. It's part of the feedback we want. But we are working on to reduce the cost of healthcare. Number one, by introducing reforms in the KEMSA, making sure we do bulk procurement to reduce the price of drugs. We want to do contract manufacturing. We want to do strategic purchasing by SHA. And that's why we also introduced the NEST program, where hospitals don't need to pay for equipment, neither the county or the national government. Vendors bring their equipment, they put it there. The number of Kenyans who use that, then SHA will reimburse those vendors based on the number of patients that go through. Honorable Speaker, on Mheshimiwa Jalango, in the journey of UHC, countries must make a choice. And I think he has left. Yeah. The choice is, if this House decides to say that we make healthcare free, then we have no problem. We will just create for you the budget. Now the amount we are spending on ECCIF, the amount this House has allocated, it's in its wisdom for PHC, is huge. So if we say that we share, but that's why we cap the chief payments on the income, that we pay more those of us who are at the apex, so that other Kenyans can benefit. And the principal goal is to reduce those ailments which are very catastrophic health expenditure, like cancer, like dialysis. Today, Kenyans can access dialysis, particularly majority who do twice a week. They are fully paid by SHA. You can walk to Aga Khan, and Honorable Speaker, we are opening a new center called East Africa Dialysis Center soon. that will operate 24 hours, where even public servants can work during the day and they do their dialysis during the night. The drivers of this dangerous health expenditure, they include surgical packages and oncology. Maybe we need to look at those ones and see as a country what we can do. Honorable Speaker, I think finally the choice of a hospital will also decide the hospital bill. There are certain hospitals, and I want to make it very clear, that they want to make money. You go to some of them, they have got, they charge you the TV, they have a private wing, they charge you their insurance. All those is lumped into the cost of healthcare. So if you go to a private wing of Nairobi Hospital, you'll pay more. But if you go to the private wing of Kenyatta National Hospital with more consultants, better. And I've seen many leaders now are going to Kenyatta Hospital and Kenyatta University Hospital, MTRH. If you go to those referral hospitals, public referral hospitals, you can get, even if you compare even the private, Aga Khan versus Nairobi West versus Nairobi, do your own analysis. So it depends on the choice of the hospital. But we have done an analysis and we have found out that surgical expenses are the drivers of healthcare costs in our country. And Honorable Kibagedi, I can assure you that we will not politicize, but we will just want to give the country the true situation. And we get a lot of feedback. One, in our call center run by Safaricom and Digital Health Agency, the number and the questions Kenyans ask are close to between 5,000 to 10,000 every day. Even now you can call. Total cost of the benefit package that was financed purely from the exchequer, if we have to say that healthcare will be free in our country, will be close to about 410 billion shillings per year. I mean, that is the reality. And the bed rebate, if you go to level 4, finally, Honorable Speaker, if you go to level 4, the bed rebate is 336. If you go to level 5, it's 392. If you go to level 6, it's 448. 50% of that is an increase from the previous NHIF. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and thank you, CS. For every information, myself, just like all other members, believe in SHA. But then, there are the small health centers in the village, which really assist the people on a daily basis. In my constituency, there are many of them. We have a Sirulo, we have a Musire, we have a Matsuli, we have many of them, including a Lukongo. And I'm one of the people who often gets feedback to the minister. Honorable Speaker, they have never received any SHA monies. And their SHA monies, because they come and talk to me, are small, but they have never received, like a Sirulo, a Matsuli. So they are really surviving. Yet these are the first places where the patients go to in the village. And the village setup is a very difficult setup. Could you speak on this? That why would it happen that since you began, the small health centers have not received? And I'll be more than willing to give you the full list before you go away. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Speaker, if I'm given the list like St. Mary and Consolata, we pay everybody. Primary health care, level 2, level 3, and sub-county hospital, under PHC, we have paid 9.8 billion, 13 months. If I am given the list, before I finish, if you give us right now, before I leave the house, Honorable Speaker, I will give the Honorable member how much we have paid those facilities. Just right.
Honorable members, we are now at 6:18. I have 4 questions to go from Honorable Karani, Kawanjiku, Naisula, and Kwenya. Kawanjiko has already had 2 bites. Minister, if I skip Kawanjiko, can you answer the remaining 3 questions in 30 minutes? Minister, if I skip Kawanjiko's question 77 for another day, he has asked 2 questions already. Can we do the remaining 3 from Karani, Honorable Kwenya, and Naisula in 30 minutes? We can. Yes, Kwenya, what's your suggestion?
Mr. Speaker, most of these questions that we have raised are interrelated, and actually,
completely, yes.
Based on the responses that we're getting from the Speaker, I would wish that maybe we read them out, all of us, then we can have responses from the CS. If we have further questions, then we can engage as we're doing.
Then even Kawanjiko will be in the net. Let's start. Stephen Karani, Minister, record all of them, and you'll answer them in 30 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I stand to ask question number 75 for 2025. Can the Cabinet Secretary explain why informal sector workers are no longer able to remit monthly contribution to the Social Health Insurance Fund SHIF and the Social Health Authority SHA, including being required to make top-up contributions when they are receiving medical services from hospital, creating discrimination as this requirement is not imposed on salaried individuals. Number 2, can the Cabinet Secretary
Order, Nabulindo and Oundo, this is not a market in your region.
And the Cabinet Secretary clarify whether any assessment has been undertaken on the impact of requiring annual contributions from informal sector workers on their right to access affordable health care. And finally, number 3, outline the alternative payment models accessible to informal sector workers and measures put in place to ensure inclusivity and flexibility in the remittance of SHIF. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Could the Cabinet Secretary A provide a report on the number of Kenyans that have registered with the Social Health Authority, including measures taken by the Ministry to sensitize the public on payment of premiums and the benefits available under the package offered by the authority? Question 2, clarify on whether indigents are subjected to a means testing process, and if so, provide a report on whether claims by indigents have been fully paid for and the number of indigent households that have benefited under SHA. 3, outline the current uptake of premium financing and the utilization of the Lipa Pole Pole scheme under SHA for Kenyans in the informal sector. Number 4, provide the status of recruitment by the SHA and whether staff of the defunct National Health Insurance Fund, NHIF, have been transitioned to the authority. Number 4, indicate the status of the suspension and investigations of health facilities that had integrity issues, including actions taken by the ministry to resolve the matter and ensure accountability by the health facility. Number 5, clarify whether the LULO and Urban Private Hospitals Associations, RUFA, allied facility are accepting and treating SHA members in their facility. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Naisula.
Thank you, Speaker. Could the Cabinet Secretary outline measures put in place to ensure the provision of quality healthcare services and patient safety in health facilities, including the manner in which pre-authorization for admission and procedures is done by the Social Health Authority? Clarify whether the Ministry of Health, the Social Health Authority, and the Kenya Medical Practitioners and Dentists Council conduct inspections of the contracted health facilities to ensure strategic purchasing of services and that SHA members receive quality healthcare services. State measures put in place to ensure availability of drugs in healthcare facilities by Kenya Medical Supplies Authority, including improving the institution's order fill rate and ensure uninterrupted supply of drugs. 4, explain the relationship between the Social Health Authority, the Digital Health Agency, and the Kenya Medical Practitioner and Dentist Council with regard to updating of bed capacity, empanelment, pre-authorization, claim settlements, system downtime, and surgical reviews. Explain why the Social Health Authority Tribunal has not been operationalized, and explain how disputes in relation to billing disputes, claim rejections, and closure of facilities are being handled by SHA, KMPDPC, and the ministry. Clarify whether Kenyans may seek medical services outside Kenya under the Social Health Insurance Fund, and if so, provide the procedures that are to be followed for getting approvals to be treated outside of the country by the Social Health Authority. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, can the Cabinet Secretary provide a report on the manner which the Social Health Authority empanels and pays health facilities outside of Kenya? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Kwenya.
Could the Cabinet Secretary explain what it entails the Linda Jamii program, including whether there are any benefits categorized for maternal, newborn, and child health? Provide report on the statistics of teenage mothers and their children being treated at the Social Health Authority. State how much has been paid to facilities by the Social Health Authority at the Public Officers Medical Scheme Fund, including how much has been paid to the fund by the Ministry of Public Service. Outline the current status of NHIF outstanding, that is defunct NHIF outstanding debts, and the verification of the outstanding claims. Provide the reasons of or grounds upon which SHA rejects claims, including whether such reasons are provided to health facilities, and the measures put in place to ensure that the 9,000 contracted health facilities are trained on claims, processing, SHA digital systems, and financial accountability. State whether SHA is paying for emergency services provided to Kenyans, and if so, explain how are the ambulances contracted by SHA, including procedures for referrals where ambulances are involved. Indicate the level of ambulance coverage in rural and far-flung areas of the country. Explain how the ministry is engaging and supporting county governments in the implementation of the Facility Improvement Financing Act, SCAP 277. State the measures put in place to ensure that county laws are aligned to the national legal framework on facility improvement financing, and finally, outline the steps taken by the ministry to regulate organ and tissue donation and transplant in the country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister, all those questions are largely overlapping, some touching on issues we have already dealt with. Could you cover them in the next 20, 30 minutes maximum?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I also have a very comprehensive answer, which I have given to members. They can look at it, and I'm ready to engage them further. Honorable Karani was talking about why the informal sector and SHA Lipa Pole Pole. I think all that together, if you put it, it tells you that the mean testing is working, and up to today, 1.8 million informal sector contributors have successfully registered, nearly doubling the previous annual enrollment rate of 51,000 individuals who are now actively. Every evening, 2,000 to 3,000 Kenyans go through the SHA Lipa Pole Pole, outside those others who pay through the informal sector who go through the mean testing. Honorable Speaker, Honorable Kawanjiko is asking the same question I also answered earlier. How many Kenyans are registered as of 3rd of November?
Yes, Robert, what's your point of order?
Mr. Speaker, I've heard the CS allude to the issue of Lipa Pole Pole. Mr. Speaker, isn't it a fact that now anyone in the informal sector is supposed to pay annually upfront? That Lipa Pole Pole system was actually scrapped. Maybe he needs to clarify, Mr. Speaker.
Okay.
No, I think SHA Lipa Pole Pole is annual contribution. Honorable Mbui, I'll tell you, if you listen, I'll tell you. SHA Lipa Pole Pole means, first, there are Kenyans who pay through the informal sector who pay, go through the mean testing, they pay annually. Now, when you go through the mean testing and your contribution is, for example, annually 6,000, and you don't have money, then SHA Lipa Pole Pole kicks in. It asks you, you pay 4 months. And the balance 8 months, you now use SHA Lipa Pole Pole. Will you pay daily, weekly, monthly? And then you, let me finish. Because unless you go through the mean testing, when you go through mean testing as an informal Kenyan, for example, Boda Boda, it tells you your annual payment is 7,200, for example, and you have only money for 4 months, okay? You pay the 4 months, then it gives you a guarantee. There's no tax interest, there's no levies, there are no taxes. It pays for you the 8 months. Once it guarantees you to pay the 8 months, then the next question it is, do you want to pay the 8 months on a daily basis, on a weekly basis, on a monthly basis? If you say, for example, weekly, every Friday you'll get a text message on your phone telling you you are to pay 100 shilling, for example. If you don't pay, then the next week it will tell you you have to pay 200. And Mr. Speaker, as of today, 1.8 million Kenyans in 13 months have paid their annual contribution from the informal sector. Honorable Speaker, just to move, but my 25 minutes will be over. Okay, no problem.
Naisula.
Thank you, Speaker. On the issue of Lipa Pole Pole and a lot of other matters on SHA and payment, Mr. Speaker, and with our interaction with our constituents, they do not have the information. And there's a lot of confusion. Today, there's this circular, this policy, people are getting a bit confused. So if maybe there will be better channels of communications and to reach everybody. So whether it's the local radio stations or whatever, run programs where Kenyans can understand, because I can assure you, if as a member of parliament, sometimes I'm a bit confused. You can imagine someone in the informal sector understanding what is Lipa Pole Pole, Lipa annual. You cannot be treated before you do the annual. I just think it's the communication aspect of it that Kenyans are having a challenge with the whole payment issue.
Yes, Milemba.
Thank you for this question. And here, CS, we really must help Kenyans. It's not a win or lose situation. The Lipa Pole Pole is not working. Yesterday, a widow in my own constituency at Muhaya Hospital and a desperate person could not get SHA. And we tried all efforts to see whether the Lipa Pole Pole could work. It's not working, they said no. So we ended up paying 7,800, which I paid myself, and I have a message here. If we fixed Lipa Pole Pole, it would really help Kenyans. So when we are dealing with this particular one, we must not win out of an argument, but just go to the real issues that let's make the Lipa Pole Pole work. We shall be happy and you will be happy. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Minister.
Honorable Speaker, I want to go on record. Every night at 10 p.m., myself and the leadership, including the President, we receive updates of how many Kenyans register with the Social Health Authority. Last night, and I can table it, over 2,000 Kenyans across the country went through SHA Lipa Pole Pole and paid money close to 5.1 million shilling every night. And I can give this House the whole data for the last 6 months. I was a cabinet secretary. It's working, and it's very popular, and it is going to make the Social Health Insurance Fund sustainable. 2, I agree with my sister, 13 months. even as leaders, on your Twitter, Honorable Lesuda, I will send you. And I told you, you are one of the people. It is not rocket science. You went to the vernacular. And I want every leader, myself, I'll go to the vernacular. It is not only it's the healthcare of all Kenyans. We will provide. I will go to all the vernacular myself. I have done it on social influencers, very key. This is something we must sell. In fact, the most important element why we introduced social health insurance was to make sure NHIF was more of a club. It was for the salaried people. And that is why our speaker today is paying 46,000 and members are paying close to 32,000.
No, I pay 58,000.
Yes, he pays 58,000 so that those who are going through the mean testing can be covered and healthcare becomes accessible. Honorable Speaker, the last time I was here, you told me 46.
I pay 50,
I think now you need to look at it.
I pay 58,700.
And I am ready, Honorable Speaker,
On
to
my
come to
payslip.
Akamkunji. To come to Akamkunji and take members through SHA Lipa Pole Pole. But I agree, I want to look for the vernacular sessions based on different regions, bring them together and take them through this SHA Lipa Pole Pole. But it's working. Many Kenyans have gone through it. And that's why today we have Honorable member for Kawanjiko, Honorable Kawanjiko, asked me how
Minister,
many?
to be on the safe side,
27.
say it is working, but it's work in progress.
Yes. The whole of SHA, Your Honorable Speaker, the whole of SHA is 13 months old. The system is 8 months old. So let us not treat it. This baby is just walking. And we are getting very good feedback from leaders. And we will keep on improving. A good example, Honorable Speaker, that Honorable Milemba asked me. We have 440 facilities in counties. And we have written to COG that have no bank accounts. So if your facilities, their bank accounts are not with the SHA, we will not pay them, but we have their money. No, we are checking yours. If they have no bank accounts, then we will not pay, but we have the money, Honorable Speaker. And we have told him to give us the list. Honorable Speaker, there's a member who asked us about the donors, the indigents. I have provided the list from UHNCR. Murang'a County had the highest. Kasipul, Laikipia East, Nakuru East, Kikuyu constituency, Langata, Rana Motors,
Murang'a County has the highest indigents.
Highest number of indigents that they have paid for, 37,000.
What about Turkana?
Turkana has not paid for. Okay. But there are a number of counties that have committed, including Kajiado, including Vihiga, including Kakamega, the ones we have. And we do a rollout of SHA. A number of governors, a number of members of parliament have committed. Honorable Speaker, the legal framework and transition of former NHIF staff, we have agreed. It is this House that has reduced the administrative cost of SHA from 18% of their budget to 5%. And because of technology, the staff also was reduced from 1,800 to 800, close to about 900. Those who will be observed through competitive recruitment to SHA, we have done it and we are continuing. Those who have not, they will be placed in other public institutions at the same salary, at the same scale. So that because they have mortgage, they have other commitments, they don't lose it. That commitment, I have made it. Last time when I was here, I tabled the letter from Head of Public Service and from Public Service Commission. And the number of the people we have employed from the Chief Executive Officer, Dr. Mwangangi, to all the directors, to the deputy directors, to the assistant directors, we have employed close to 65 and we keep on. On enforcement, I've said fraud detection and claims rejection, close to 10.6 billion have been rejected in fraudulent claims. We have regulatory facility closure. KMPDC has the powers to register, to upgrade, to downgrade, to close as a regulator, and it has revoked the license of 454 facilities, and it has closed 546 premises. And all this is because of non-compliance. They claim to have a theater, and they don't have a theater. SHA has also suspended a total of 85 facilities for fraudulent activities. We have submitted a number of files, I have said earlier, to the DCI, and the ministry has also submitted 1,180 files for further interrogation to the criminal justice system. Status of prosecution by the ODPP as of 4th of October, a number of people, both staff and facility owners, have been taken to court. Honorable Speaker, on the rural-urban private RUFA allied facilities, Honorable Speaker, let me make it very clear that facilities are the ones who sign contracts obligation with the SHA. Bodies that represent, there is a Kenya Private Healthcare Federation, there is RUFA. All that they can do is to lobby for their members. They have absolutely no construction obligation on SHA. Every facility will engage with the Social Health Authority and its leadership through the contract they have signed. But we do active engagement, we do structured dialogue, and we do operational support. And we, as we said, we empaneled close to 10,540 facilities across the country. Honorable Speaker, the ministry is implementing a very comprehensive measures to ensure that the provision of quality health care and patient safety are there too. And we are doing that through making sure that we do an oversight on all facilities and their compliance. We deal with anti-fraud measures. Our digital system, AI-powered fraud engine, eliminates fraudulent practices like upcoding, phantom billing, falsification of records, and all these will compromise if we allow the financial sustainability required for quality health care of our citizens. Honorable Speaker, there was a question on whether the Ministry of Health, SHA, KMPDC conduct inspection. Yes. Kenya Medical Practitioners and Dentists Council and the Clinical Officers Council are the designated licensing authorities mandated by law. They evaluate service readiness, they ensure compliance with the facility, they conduct site inspection on new facilities, they check the location, the infrastructure, the service, and the human resource. The role of SHA is just contingent upon the regulatory body's licensing status. SHA utilizes DHA, the Digital Health Agency, digital system, and its forensic audit, just to monitor claims and then use the same system to suspend the various facilities, like the 85, because of fraudulent activity. SHA new computation model for PHC, Honorable Speaker, promotes very strategic purchasing. Honorable Speaker, on the measures to ensure availability of drugs, which is very, very important by KEMSA. Honorable Speaker, KEMSA, in line with mandate under the KEMSA Act and the UHC agenda, we are doing a number of reforms to make sure that the authority fill rate, which is now at 67%, goes up to 90% by the end of the year, so that drugs are available in each and every facility, more so public facility. And this we have agreed with the Cabinet and the Council of Governors to make sure that KEMSA is not known for the COVID billionaires. KEMSA will be the KEMSA that will serve each and every Kenyan at his village and next facility. And we're doing this through a number of reforms which I've stated in the documents that I will present. I've just presented. On, yes, there is a table between that I have given responsible agency and their role distinction. KMPDC, SHA, and all that is provided. Handling of the dispute tribunal. Honorable Suda, I think that dispute tribunal ideally is supposed to serve as an independent body for appeals against SHA decision. We have developed ourselves the required rules, the Social Health Insurance Tribunal procedure and the rules, but this tribunal has not appointed due to government plan and also the judiciary, that says all tribunals under the judiciary should be under a new bill, Tribunal Bill 2023, which is before the House. Once that is complete, then the tribunal, appeals tribunal of Shah will kick in. But for us as a ministry, we are ready, we are willing, we are committed, and we have put everything in place in terms of procedure and rules. Honorable Speaker, on whether Kenyans seeking medical service outside, yes. There was a lot of corruption also in this area. There was something going on between certain healthcare workers and hospitals in some parts of the world, where Kenyans were being referred to when they can get the same services in our country. Today, Honorable Speaker, we have done for the first time 54 Kenyans got who could not hear, who could not speak, who could not talk. Young children, Codler implant was done at Kenyatta. 54 of them, and 10 was done in MTRH. This is one of the treatment that Kenyans were going abroad. We have the expertise, we have the doctors, we have the specialists. So we have said there are only 37 treatments that if you want to use the resources of SHA, that you can go out. The rest, you must be at home. You know what happened during the COVID, Honorable Speaker, in India, where many Kenyans died and their bodies could not come back. And Honorable Speaker, we want to turn our country. Our hospitals, both private, public, and faith-based, are the best in the region. So we must make sure that not only our foreigners who come for medical tourism, but even our own people. On Linda Mama, defunct Linda Mama and Linda Jamii, Honorable Kwenya, I have given a table. For Linda Mama, it was only maternity only, but for Linda Jamii, it's full household health cover. Pregnant women and newborns was only covered under Linda Mama, which was also budgeted here. Sometimes it was a victim of supplementary. In fact, by the time we were doing SHA, Linda Mama had a debt of a pending bill of 4.9 billion. Linda Jamii deals with all vulnerable mothers, spouses, and the children. It gives full range of service under SHA funds, whether it is PHC, whether it is SHIF, whether it is ECCIF. It's fully covered. It covers the whole family, and it gives full insurance coverage. But Linda Mama was only restricted to maternity, limited to the mother and the child, and I have given all these services. Under maternity, SHIF covers normal delivery 10,000, C-section 30,000. For Linda Mama, the defunct, it was about 5,000, and it was paying different figures for different facilities. Public health facilities, they were being paid 3,000. Private, Linda Mama was paying 5,500. Faith-based, they were being paid, I think, 4,900. So the primary health care fund provides free treatment for all common diseases. Honorable Speaker, the other question was how much has been paid to facilities by SHA under the Public Officers Medical Scheme. This is very important, Honorable Speaker. The Ministry has developed a new working arrangement to sustain Public Officers Medical Scheme Fund, guaranteeing guaranteeing that service remain accessible, provide budgetary allocation through this House, which are made available. So far, SHA has received from the Ministry of Public Service 4.1 billion. And this is for this Public Officers Medical Scheme Fund. The amount paid to facilities, SHA has already paid out of that 2.4 billion to facilities under the scheme. Outline the current status of NHIF outstanding debts. I think that, Honorable Speaker, I have answered it very comprehensively. And I think the only last question is state whether SHA is paying for emergency service provided to Kenyans, and if so, explain how the ambulance system work by Honorable Kwenya. The Honorable Speaker, payment for emergency service Emergency treatment is covered under the Emergency Chronic and Critical Illness Fund and is accessible to all Kenyans, regardless of registration or premium payment status. So emergency treatment service is, again, like PHC, is free and no Kenyan will be denied. So emergency care is provided for up to 24 hours. On the ambulance contracting and referrals, the benefit package says SHA is rolling out an ambulance evacuation service benefit package under the ECCIF fund that the House has created. The tariff structure is 4,500 for within 25 kilometers. So if an ambulance picks you from point A to the nearby facility, SHA will pay 4,500. Outside 25 kilometers, 75 per kilometer for extra kilometer service. We are contracting both county and private ambulances, and this will be just like the way Uber runs. Our command center, you call it, they will tell the nearest ambulance to come to you, pick you, take you to hospital, SHA pays the money, and the first 24 hours, all the treatment, whether it is surgical, will be paid by the Social Health Authority. So it's free. And I think the Kenya Medical Practitioners and Dentists Council, the regulator, has put the adverts. And Honorable Kenya, as a businessman, you can also invest in the ambulance. But the standard is very high. The standard is very, very, very high. Honorable Speaker, the SHA Board is in the process of implementing a nationwide ambulance service across all our 47 counties, designed to complement the efforts of our county governments. Finally, Honorable Speaker, the last question is to explain how the ministry is engaging and supporting county governments in the implementation of the Facility Improvement Act, CAP 2022. Honorable Speaker, this Facility Improvement Financing Act requires all public health facilities, level 2 to level 5, to establish structures for collection, retention, and management of revenue from health services. And this aim is to improve local facility operations. The money should not pass through the county treasury. It should go directly to the facility. They can buy drugs, they can hire healthcare workers on locum, they can improve on the facility. But Honorable Speaker, we need to engage. The Committee of Health of the National Assembly has gone around the country during recess, and they have found out a number of issues. One of them is counties having their own FIF legal regime. And I want to make it very clear through you, Honorable Speaker, if you allow me, that national legislation always supersedes county assembly legislation. So there's no way you can use the county assembly law to undermine the law passed by this House. And this must be very, very clear. If you do that, then you contravene the law. But the operation of SHA inherently supports FIF implementation by making sure there is a cash flow to these facilities. The capitation and the claims payments directed to the fund will help them manage their funds locally. We'll also streamline their ordering way so that SHA and KEMSA are now ordering directly from the facilities. And then there is alignment of the laws. The ministry defers the detailed updates of alignment to our county laws, to the Council of Governors we have discussed, and they are looking at it. Honorable Speaker, I have a very detailed report which I can table for members to look at it, and if there's anything...
Indeed, members, each of you, there is a very detailed response to your questions. If you haven't received yet, you can pick from the table office. Chair, Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me start by appreciating the Cabinet Secretary for the detailed report he has given, which to a large extent is actually correct. In terms of design and intention, the ministry is doing a fantastic job. And I think the only issue that is coming is actually when you go on the ground on implication, there are areas that there are still gaps. We have discussed this with them, and as you can say, and I'll mention just a few, but that is the basic thing. It is like the
You
issue.
do it in 3 minutes.
3.5. So in the issue of registration, that SHA pole pole is a problem to people. And if it can be done, it will make things work much better. 2, in the area of benefit package, again, there is a problem there, and the minister says rightly that it passed through parliament, but it passes as delegated legislation, which means if it goes through, then it doesn't really come through the committee, and we have acted with them. We will actually have to look at the benefit package and the tariffs. And like the case of Honorable Oundo and Honorable Kibagendi, it's extremely simple what's happening there. Honorable Kibagendi's mother had diabetes, which was the basic problem, and that basic treatment was for diabetes. But then she had a wound in the foot because of diabetes and I think a toe. So the diabetes had to be treated and then the surgery done and I think the toe amputated. Now, the benefit package looked at the surgery and paid for the surgery, but not the treatment of diabetes. So these are the areas we really need to look at. So if you look at then the primary care, again, very quickly, and I'll ask members, please go to our health centers and dispense level 2s and level 3s and even level 4 outpatient. Ask patients, are you getting treatment and coming out without paying? Because this is what, as a committee, we actually did and will give back. And the FIF, Mr. Speaker, the minister is right that it is in law, but we have looked at that and there's already a proposal from our committee on how to look at that and remove the power from the counties of varying it. So what we are really, and cancer, for example, what is happening? There was 400,000, but when ACCFI came, the emergency and chronic care, they added 150,000, make it 550. But what is happening, there's a difference between the package and the tariff. So if these patients are getting chemotherapy, it's something about 84 to 100,000, and they're getting 10 to 12. It is already above 550. So these are really the issues that we are having. So I think the ministry is doing well. We'll work with the committee. The committee will work with them and really get the details. The issue of claims and rejection of claims, again, issue of communication. What Honorable Jalango said is so key from what we saw in the ground, Honorable Minister. We need a big communication strategy to go out to the level, almost like we campaigned for the Constitution. I think if we do that, we'll get it right. I didn't want to say more because we'll give a report to this House that actually covers virtually all the areas that we have done here, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much. But SHA can work if we look at it carefully, we leave out politics and try to control business, it will work.
Thank you, Chairman. We'll end there on questions. Minister, you are released with your team. Call out order number 12. No. Order number 11, sorry. Order number 11. We're done up to 10.
Order number 11, special motion, consideration of nominee for appointment as member of the Salaries and Remuneration Commission.
Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Labor.
Thank you, Speaker.
Chonga.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that, taking into consideration the findings of the Departmental Committee on Labor on its report on the approval hearing of a nominee for appointment as a member of the Salaries and Remuneration Commission laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 4th November 2025, and pursuant to the provision of Section 7, subsection 11 of the Salaries and Remuneration Commission Act, Cap 412D, and Section 3 and 8 of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act, Cap 7F, this House approves the appointment of the Honorable Engineer Michael Toya Kingi as a member of the Salaries and Remuneration Commission. Honorable Speaker, following the notification of presidential action nominating Honorable Engineer Michael Toya Kingi for appointment as a member of the Salaries and Remuneration Commission to represent the Public Service Commission and the subsequent communication by the Honorable Speaker and referral to the Departmental Committee of Labor, the Clerk of the National Assembly on the 9th of October 2025 facilitated placement of an advert in the print media notifying the public of the date, time, and place of the approval hearing of the nominee. B, in compliance with Section 9 of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act, the clerk invited the public to submit memorandum by way of written statements on oath affidavits on the suitability or otherwise of the nominee. C, to fulfill the requirement of personal integrity, the clerk on the 8th of October 2025 brought to the Kenya Revenue Authority, the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission, the Director of Criminal Investigation, the Higher Education Laws Board, the Director of Public Prosecution, and the Registrar of Political Parties to ascertain the nominee's integrity and good standing with the said agencies. Honorable Speaker, the nominee appeared before the committee on Tuesday, 21st October 2025, and was orally interviewed under oath, having nominated pursuant to Article 230, subsection 2, B, subsection 2, and 50 of the Constitution, the Public Appointments Approval Act, Cap 7F, the Salaries and Remuneration Commission Act, Cap 412D, and the National Assembly Standing Orders. Honorable Speaker, the committee, having considered the nominees filed questionnaire pursuant to Section 6, subsection 8 of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act, Cap 7F, the curriculum vitae, and having had his oral submission during the approval hearing, made the following findings. 1. The nominee is a Kenyan citizen and does not hold dual citizenship. Thus, he satisfies the requirements of Article 78, subsection 1 and subsection 2 of the Constitution, which bars a state officers from holding dual citizenship. 2. The nominee presented his academic credentials and professional certificates and, during the approval hearings, demonstrated his suitability in accordance with the provision of Section 6, subsection 7 of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act, Cap 7F. 3. The nominee does not hold any office in political party, a requirement under Article 77, subsection 2 of the Constitution and the schedule to the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval, Cap 7F. And 5, in line with the provision governing the personal integrity, the committee exercised due diligence and contracted the clearing agencies to ascertain nominees' integrity and good standing with the said institutions. According to information available to the committee by the nominee and the various clearing agencies, the nominee meets the requirements of Chapter 6 of the Constitution on leadership and integrity. Further, the nominee has not been charged in a court of law in the last 3 years and has not been adversely mentioned in investigatory report of Parliament or any other commission of inquiry in the last 3 years. 6. Pursuant to Section 6, subsection 9 of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act, Cap 7F, the committee did not receive any written statement on oath contesting the suitability of the nominee. 7. Noting the findings of the report on the selection panel of the recruitment of a member of the Salaries and Remuneration Commission, the nomination of Honorable Engineer Michael Toya Kingi was in compliance with the Constitution and the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act, Cap 7F. 8, and finally, the nominee demonstrated extensive knowledge and experience in public management and administration and topical issues such as the status of remuneration in public service sector, including the menace of ghost workers and the suitability of the public wage bill. In addition, Mr. Speaker, the nominee, if approved, undertook to enhance the Commission's consultations and engagement with relevant stakeholders, including Parliament, to strengthen interinstitutional relations. Honourable Speaker, having conducted the approval hearing pursuant to Article 230, subsection 2, B, subsection 2 of the Constitution, Section 3 and 8 of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act, Cap 7F, Salaries and Remuneration Commission Act, Cap 412D, and Standing Orders 216, subsection 5, subsection F, the committee recommends that the House approves the appointment of Honorable Engineer Michael Toya Kingi as a member of the Salaries and Remuneration Commission. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move and request Honorable Owen Bayer to second. Thank you.
Honorable Bayer, proceed.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I want to take this opportunity in the onset to say that I second this motion and the report, Honorable Speaker, so that the Honorable Engineer Michael Thoya King be appointed as a member of the Salaries and Remuneration Commission. Honorable Speaker, the Michael Thoya Kingi was a member of the 12th Parliament. We worked with him here. He served in several committees, and he showed his ability to actually lead when he was here. Honorable Speaker, the Michael Thoya Kingi, an engineer, he has worked, and now he has worked as a managing director of Malindi Water Sewerage Company, Mawasco. And during his tenure, he showed leadership, Honorable Speaker. In a position like this, what we need is a person who would be able to display leadership so that the issues of remuneration in this country can actually be streamlined as envisaged in the Constitution. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, the person of Michael Thoya King, his ability, his academic levels, his work, his experience, and his ability to network and talk to people and actually be able to work well in a team, Honorable Speaker, gives him a head start as we request this Parliament to approve him to be a member of the Remuneration Commission. Honorable Speaker, with those many remarks, Honorable Speaker, I second. And as pronounced by the Honorable Acting Minority Leader, I request that you take the heed and call the question.
Order, Honorable. Let me propose the question first. Honorable members, I now propose the question, which is that taking into consideration the findings of the Departmental Committee on Labor in its report on the approval hearing of a nominee for the appointment as a member of the Salaries and Remuneration Commission laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 4th November 2025, and pursuant to the provisions of Section 7, in brackets 11 of the Salaries and Remuneration Commission Act, Cap 412D, and Sections 3 and 8 of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act, Cap 7F, this House approves the appointment of the Honorable Engineer Michael Thoya Kingi as a member of the Salaries and Remuneration Commission. Proceed, we give you the first chance to speak on this.
Asante Mheshimiwa Spika kwa kunipa fursa hii. Kwanza tutambue kwamba katika katiba yetu ambayo tunaitumia ambayo tuliipitisha sisi mwaka 2010 ni kwamba katika uteuzi wowote ambao unafanyika katika tume ni lazima kuwe kuna wakilishi, katiba ikitambua kwamba ni lazima kuwe na wakilishi wa kimaeneo, ambapo kwa muda mrefu maeneo yetu ya pwani, eneo letu la pwani huwa linaachwa nyuma kukija kwa uteuzi kama huu. Kwa hivyo ningetaka kumpongeza Michael Kingi kwamba kwa mara ya kwanza tumeweza kupata uteuzi huu katika tume hii ambayo kutoka ianzishwe na tume zingine hatuja kuwa na mwakilishi kutoka maeneo ya Pwani. Pili ni kushukuru Spika kwa kunipa hii fursa, kwa sababu katika masuala ikija ya mishahara ni lazima kuwe kuna mwanahesabati pale. Mimi kama mhandisi, kama vile alivyo mhandisi Michael Kingi, titakuwa ni jukumu letu kuangalia zile nambari ndogo ndogo, kuangalia yale mahesabu na kuona ni vipi, ikiwa ni katika kugawiwa, ikiwa ni katika kuongezwa, basi hesabu zinafanyika ambazo zitanufaisha mwananchi na zitakuwa katika ile hesabu yote ya Kenya kwamba tuweze kuendelea mbele. Kwa hayo machache na hiyo fursa, naunga mkono uteuzi huo. Asante Mheshimiwa Spika.
Before I put the question, yes, Honorable. That's Honorable who, please?
This is Honorable Fatuma Masitu,
Fatuma
County
Masitu.
MP Kwale.
Proceed, Honorable
Yes.
Fatuma Masitu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Basi niseme asante Mheshimiwa Speaker, na pia nimpe kongole Michael Kingi ambaye alikuwa mbunge katika bunge hili. Sasa hivi naona anakwenda kupata nafasi hii, na ningeomba wabunge wenzangu tumuunge mkono. Mbali na kuwa yeye ni Mpwani na ni Mmejikenda, sisi jamii yetu ilikuwa imewachwa nyuma sana. Lakini pia nimshukuru Mheshimiwa Rais kwa kutambua Wapwani safari hii. Kila nafasi zinapotokea tunaona Wapwani mmoja wawili wameweza kupata fursa hii. Na nimwambie kakaangu au ndugu yangu Michael Kingi, pindi utakapopata nafasi hii, basi ujaribu sana kuwa mzalendo na ujue Kenya hii ina makabila mengi, Kenya hii ina nafasi tofauti tofauti. Tushikane kama Wakenya, kama vile Daktari William Samoei Ruto anavyofanya kwa Wakenya wote. Asante sana Mheshimiwa Speaker.
Thank you, honorable members. There being no more interest in this particular one, I'll defer putting of the question until tomorrow at 2:30. Very well, well directed, the mover. You may reply.
Much appreciated, Speaker. You and me know the nominee very well. Honorable Michael Kingi was a very sober person, looking at his record, even on Hansard in this chamber in the 12th Parliament. And his humility deserves being rewarded in such kind of nomination, in that he is one person who is not biased in whatever judgments he has been making. I therefore take this opportunity to urge members, just like what Honorable Fatuma has said, that we support the member for that position. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well, as earlier directed. Let's move to the next order.
Order number 12, motion, fourth report on the implementation status of the report of the Committee on Delegated Legislation on its consideration of Public Procurement Regulatory Authority Circular number 04/2025.
Chairperson, Committee on Implementation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that this House adopts the fourth report of the Select Committee on Implementation on the Enforcement of Compliance with the Mandatory Use of the Electronic Government Procurement System, EGPS, by all public procuring entities, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 14th October 2025. Honorable Speaker, this report contains the proceedings of the Committee on Implementation in its oversight of the status of resolutions from the Committee on Delegated Legislation's report on the Public Procurement Regulatory Authority Circular on the enforcement of the mandatory use of the Electronic Government Procurement System, EGPS, by all public procuring entities, Circular number 04 of 2025. The follow-up was conducted after the adoption of the report tabled by the chairperson of the Committee on Delegated Legislation, Honorable Chepkonga Kiprono Samuel, CBS, MP, on 19th August 2025. Honorable Speaker, the report arose from the morning sitting of the National Assembly on 14th August 2025, when the Honorable George Gitonga Murugara, CBS, MP, laid before the House the Public Procurement Regulatory Authority Circular number 04 of 2025. Here, after referred to as the circular dated 12th August 2025 on the enforcement of compliance with the mandatory use of the electronic government procurement system, EGPS, by all public procuring entities. Honorable Speaker, Honorable Murugara observed that the circular appeared to carry the force of law by declaring non-compliance an offense, thus necessitating its submission to parliamentary scrutiny. He accordingly sought the guidance of the Honorable Speaker for the circular to be referred to the Committee on Delegated Legislation for examination and approval as mandated by the Statutory Instruments Act Cap 2A. In response, the Honorable Speaker directed that the Committee on Delegated Legislation undertakes scrutiny of the circular in accordance with the applicable legal provisions. Honorable Speaker, during the consideration of the report, the committee observed that the purpose of the circular was to enforce compliance with the mandatory use of the electronic government procurement system, EGPS, by all public procuring entities. This, as noted by the Committee on Delegated Legislation, had contravened Article 227(1), which requires a procuring entity to ensure a fair, equitable, and transparent procurement process. Furthermore, Section 77(1) of the Public Procurement and Assets Disposal Act stipulates that tenders may be submitted through both electronic and manual systems. The Committee on Delegated Legislation had recommended that the House declare that circular number 4 of 2025 a nullity, pursuant to Section 18 of the Statutory Instruments Act, Cap 2A. Honorable Speaker, the Committee on Implementation, having reviewed the report of the Committee on Delegated Legislation regarding the Public Procurement Regulatory Authority Circular on the enforcement of compliance with the mandatory use of the electronic government procurement system, EGPS, by all public procuring entities, circular number 4 of 2025, noted that circular number 4 of 2025, dated 12th August 2025, had been annulled by the House. However, the committee observed that the annulment of circular number 04 or number 4 of 2025 did not consider that compliance with the mandatory use of the EGPS could continue through a cabinet directive issued during its fourth meeting on 24th June 2025, which established EGP as the primary procurement method for all government transactions. Additionally, the committee noted that the House did not annul two previous circulars. A. Circular reference number NET/PPD/1/3/1/14, Volume 6 by the Cabinet Secretary, the National Treasury, and Economic Planning dated 26th March 2025, directing accounting officers to transition to the EGP system with effect from 1st July 2025, and B, circular number OP/CAB6/2A dated 5th June 2025 from the head of public service, reiterating the need for all procuring entities to onboard into the EGP system. Honorable Speaker, the committee also observed that while the circulars and directives on mandatory use of the electronic government procurement system, EGPS, by all public procuring entities from the executive have legal underpinnings in the Constitution and laws such as the Public Procurement and Asset Disposal Act Cap 412C. Implementation needed to take into consideration challenges faced by public entities and the general public regarding onboarding EGPS, such as geographical remoteness, lack of internet, electricity connection, and technological challenges. Honorable Speaker, considering the conundrum that the entire procurement system in the country is currently entangled in, the committee, in consonancy with the requisite legal provisions, made the following recommendations upon the adoption of this report. 1. That having considered the contents of the following circulars, A. Circular reference number NT/PPD/1/3/14, Volume 6 by the Cabinet Secretary, the National Treasury and Economic Planning, dated 26th March 2025, directing accounting officers to transition to the EGP system with effect from 1st July 2025, and B, circular number OP/CAB6/2A dated 5th June 2025 from the head of public service, reiterating the need for all procuring entities to onboard into the EGP system, which occasioned the issuance of circular number 04 of 2025. The committee concurs with the annulment of circular number 4 of 2025 of 12th August 2025 by the House. Further, the committee recommends that the House declares the above circulars A and B nullity, as they create ultra-vires provisions which were in contravention of Article 227 of the Constitution and Section 77(1) of the Public Procurement and Assets Disposal Act Cap 412C. 2. The committee recommends that henceforth the Cabinet Secretary, the National Treasury, and Economic Planning submits regulations to accompany any new circular on the electronic government procurement system for consideration by the National Assembly. 3. The committee notes that monies appropriated in the financial year 2024-2025 have been disbursed. The committee recommends that the implementation of projects for the financial year 2024-2025 proceeds according to the approved procurement plans in strict compliance with the provisions of Section 77(1) of the Public Procurement and Asset Disposal Act. This section permits the use of both manual and electronic procurement methods, ensuring flexibility and efficiency in the procurement process. Unless an amendment is made to the same, the law stands. Finally, Honorable Speaker, having noted the proceedings of the Committee on Implementation of the Enforcement of Compliance with the mandatory use of the electronic government procurement system, EGPS, by all public procuring entities, I beg to move and urge the House to adopt this report. I now request the Honorable Mark Mwenje Mreithi, CBS, MP, to second this motion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Mark Mwenje. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And from the onset, as I second this motion, that is been brought by the Committee on Implementation, on the enforcement of compliance with the mandatory use of the EGPA by all procurement entities, as laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 14, 2025. Honorable Speaker, I'd like to reiterate the words of the chairperson pertaining this particular report that has been tabled and moved, and on the quagmire that is facing the government and the procurement sector in this country. Honorable Speaker, allow me to remind the plenary that the core mandate of the National Assembly, as per the Constitution, is to legislate, oversight, and represent. As it currently stands, our role has been usurped by the Cabinet Secretary of the National Treasury on issuance and relying on circulars that have the effect of law and bringing developmental crisis by creating a gridlock in matters of procurement. Honorable Speaker, as it currently stands, there's an impasse when it comes to procurement, and this is a result of these three circulars, Honorable Speaker. The circulars that have been, I'll not go through them because they've already been mentioned by the chairman, but more importantly, Honorable Speaker, Circular 4 of 2025 was the one that was nullified by this House. But more importantly, the Cabinet Secretary is relying on two other circulars dated 26 March 2025, and these by the Cabinet Secretary. And then there's a second circular dated 5th June 2025 from the Head of Public Service. These are the two circulars, Honorable Speaker, that the Cabinet Secretary is using to rely, despite nullifying the PPRA Circular number 4. Honorable Speaker, the committee noted the illegality of the said circulars. We met with the Cabinet Secretary who attended our meetings and we went through them. But he was adamant at the time that those circulars were valid, Honorable Speaker. And therefore, that's why the committee has brought it to this House so that those circulars that have been relied on are nullified by this House and the House holds that power. Honorable Speaker, let me just mention some points of the Constitution. Article 2271 and 2272. 2271 provides that when a state organ or any other public entity contracts for goods or services, it shall do so in accordance with a system that is fair, equitable, transparent, competitive, and cost-effective. Honorable Speaker, this EGP system completely violates all those points. It is not fair because, you know, there are areas that cannot use it. It's not transparent, Honorable Speaker. And Honorable Speaker, I might want to reveal here that we inquired, where did the system come from? And we now know that the EGP system came from some people in India. They're the ones who designed it and brought it to us. So when it comes to matters of competition, how competitive is this system? It means people, those tenderpreneurs in Nairobi are at advantage compared to people who come from far-flung countries, Honorable Speaker. Article 2272B, Honorable Speaker, provides that an act of parliament shall prescribe a framework within which policies relating to procurement and asset disposal shall be implemented and may provide for all or any of the following: the protection or advancements of persons, categories of persons or groups previously disadvantaged by unfair competition or discrimination. The implication of this on the normal mwananchi like Mama Mboga who cannot access such facilities across the country when supplying our goods to some public institution is being felt across the nation, Honorable Speaker. This system seeks to be a cornerstone of transparency and accountability, but currently it has caused mayhem and as a result financial atrocity to many business people doing business with government entities. Honorable Speaker, Section 72C of the Public Procurement and Asset Disposal Act, CAP 412, establishes the role of the National Treasury on public procurement and assets disposal. In the performance of his role, subsection 1, the National Treasury shall
design and prescribe an efficient procurement management system for the national and county governments to ensure transparent procurement and asset disposal as contemplated by the earlier Article 227. Provided, Honorable Speaker, that the National Treasury shall prescribe through regulations a system that this paragraph which operates, respects and promotes the distinctiveness of the national and county levels of government. Unless the said EGP system, Honorable Speaker, rolls out circulars that are duly accompanied by regulations that are supposed to be scrutinized by the Committee on Delegated Legislation, then the said will be void ab initio, Honorable Speaker. Finally, Honorable Speaker, Section 77(1)(c) of Public Procurement and Asset Disposal Act provides, Honorable Speaker, that submission of tender documents, provides that submission of tender documents, whether in electronic or manual form, shall be in writing, signed, and in the case of manual submission, they shall be sealed in an envelope, Honorable Speaker. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, the law as it currently stands provides for both. It provides for manual and electronic. This is the issue, Honorable Speaker, that when the Cabinet Secretary appeared before us, was what we informed him, that it was the foundation. Honorable Speaker, it's good to make it clear that the Cabinet Secretary said in his own words, and I quote, that the government thinks it is losing money when it uses manual system. And Honorable Speaker, my submission to him then, and I put it to you now, that it doesn't matter what the government thinks. Because if we were to allow the government to think and ignore what the law provides, then that would allow the government to do anything contrary to the law. The law is very clear that both of these provisions, Honorable Speaker, that both manual and electronic is what is recognized, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, if we don't deal with this issue, the issues of procurement, government is the largest consumer. Right now, government is not consuming these services. It means all those business people out there are not paying taxes. And Honorable Speaker, in the long run, we're actually not going to have anybody, we're not going to meet our tax targets for the first 2 quarters, Honorable Speaker. So therefore, Honorable Speaker, I think the Cabinet Secretary cannot, it's clear that he cannot rely on an electronic system alone, and if he intends to move us in that direction, he must bring an amendment under Section 77(1) of the Act. Honorable Speaker, with that, I beg to move this, to second this motion. Thank you.
Very well, honorable members. I now propose the question, which is that further to the resolution of the House on the 19th August 2025, regarding the nullification of Circular Number 4 of 2025 on enforcement of compliance with the mandatory use of Electronic Government Procurement System, EGPS, and pursuant to provisions of Standing Order Number 209 in brackets 2, this House adopts the 4th report of the Select Committee on Implementation on the implementation status of the report of the Committee on Delegated Legislation on its consideration of Public Procurement Regulatory Authority Circular Number 4 of 2025 laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 14th October 2025, and further nullifies 1. Circular reference number NT/PPD/1/3/14, volume 6, dated 26th March 2025 by the Cabinet Secretary, the National Treasury, and the Economic Planning, directing the accounting officers to transition to the EGP system with effects from 1st July 2025. And 2, Circular number OP/CAB6/2A, dated on 5th June 2025, from the head of the Public Service, reiterating the need for all procurement entities to onboard onto the EGP system which occasioned the issuance of circular number 04 of 2025. Yes, the first bite goes to the Honorable Ngogoyo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support the motion on the floor. One, because the executive and this, specifically the CS Treasury does not have the role of imposing any circular on any government agency that is not in line with the act that has been approved by this House. The Public Procurement Act outlines clearly how procurement shall be done, in which manner, in which form, and worst of all is that today there are businessmen in the county governments, in the national government, who do not intend to do business this financial year, but because they have pending bills, they cannot be paid just because a county government has not been onboarded into the EGPS. You even deny people who have pending bills an opportunity to be paid. I've engaged with contractors, friends who have done business, supplied to county governments. They cannot be paid. Why? Every unit must be onboarded to EGPS so that the budget is uploaded. One, laws are about efficiency. What efficiency is the Cabinet Secretary bringing in by providing such a circular? He has denied all institutions ability to procure for simple things that are unavoidable. Today we have a crisis in Elgeyo Marakwet. There are goods that might be procured so that they may assist the people there. Emergency issues. You cannot do it. We as NGCDF, because of parts of the country, there was rain, you want to do maybe special units for children, you cannot do it. Just because somebody has written a circular, not referring to the mother law. One, the Constitution of Kenya, and number two, most importantly, the Public Procurement and Disposal Act. I therefore want to say that the Cabinet Secretary, who has even been a member of this House, I wonder why he chooses to do such circulars. And lastly, let me say, Mr. Speaker, we have denied Kenyans an opportunity to trade with their governments, both county and national government. 6 months, no business. You force people into a training. You even plan, has this EGPS tried anywhere else? Which institution did they pilot with? They should have even picked one agency and tried so that they see whether it works. Actually, as one of the people who have dealt with this thing, it is not even working. In my sub-county, we do not have internet for the last 1.5 years. So it can't even work. The head of procurement there for any institution, TVETs, secondary schools, NGCDF, they cannot do any procurement there because there is no internet in Ngong sub-county district headquarters. And I want to say that it is actually very wrong to put all government, to expose government in the manner in which they have been exposed. And lastly, we must also say to the executive, they cannot bring such laws at such times. Why when we are just, for instance, even in CDF, you have to exempt NGCDF financial year 24-25, and other agencies of government are not exempted. Why? Why is it haphazard? A law must be predictable, consistent, and it must be straight looking. You do not need to struggle with the law. Characteristic of a good law is that it is predictable. EGPS is not predictable. John Badi did not research. This is not the making of an institution of National Treasury for the many years that we've known. And we want to say that we must reject it at all cost. Let us allow business people to trade with government with ease. Actually, why people grow in business is the ease of doing business. We need to make it easier for people to do business with our government. With those many remarks, I want to say I support that we do away with this law and make sure that we start procurement from tomorrow morning. From tomorrow morning, from midnight, let government agencies procure. And we will be very tough by anybody who will go against this law in this 13th Parliament. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. The Honorable Wanami Wamboka.
Honorable Speaker, one, I hold the opinion that this House must be respected. And in the places where we have discussed issues here and passed them as a House, the executive ought to respect that. A lot of decisions have been made in this House, and you will find the ministers talking about them casually, including the President. Honorable Speaker, the first issue, circular number 4, issued by the Treasury CS, is actually ultra-vires to the Constitution of Kenya. I think it is Cap 227. It is against Public Procurement and Asset Disposal Act, Honorable Speaker. The law provides for 2 ways of procuring. One, electronic, and another one, manual. So if anyone, a minister, a president, a member of public, a president, a member of this House, wishes to change that, they must go through the necessary processes to change the law. And that can only happen in this House, Honorable Speaker. So what Honorable Mbadi is purporting to do is just not inconsistent with the laws of this country. What shocks us all is that Honorable Mbadi has been a member of this House. I don't know why he wants to do the kind of things he's doing. We will not allow, Honorable Speaker. And I just want to pray that once we pass this report, Honorable Speaker, it should be expressed that after that, Honorable Mbadi has to do away with those things. What he is introducing, the CS Treasury, Honorable Speaker, is also discriminatory. The government came up with the Agupo law to deal with affirmative action. The young people who are not able, who do not have the kind of finances, experience, money to compete with the experienced businessmen. That law came up. Many of these young men cannot raise the expectations of these EGPS. For EGPS to work, you need internet. For EGPS to work, you must have power. In my constituency, Honorable Speaker, I operate on less than 15% electricity coverage. So you are discriminating against 85% of my constituency. I lead a rural constituency, Honorable Speaker. My people will be disenfranchised in doing business with the government. That is not how it is supposed to be. A lot of them are young women. You either need a smartphone, you either need a laptop, you either need a computer, Honorable Speaker. How many of these people, that the people who came up with the law to ensure that there is affirmative action to take care of these people, how are you going to take care of them? Honorable Speaker, at some point, I was just thinking loudly, is it the strategy of government not to spend money? Because, Honorable Speaker, where a government does not spend money for even a week, it is billions. Is it a strategy, Honorable Mbadi? The country is broke. You are not telling us the truth. You want to hide behind this mischief of bringing circulars that cannot even bring meaning to anyone, so that the government cannot spend. That is wrong, Honorable Speaker. Money must circulate for the economy to be stable. It is now almost 6 months. We are halfway since we passed the budget here. Nothing has been done. Critical services are coming to a halt. Yesterday I was at the KMTC, Kenya Medical Training College. They cannot procure even for the simplest of things, Honorable Speaker. I was at the REREC. They gave out tenders. Those guys cannot procure. All institutions are coming to a halt. We have hospitals that need emergency services by way of the things they procure. They are not procuring, Honorable Speaker. It is leading to deaths just because a minister of government feels too important than the rest of us and wants to introduce a circular that hurt people. Honorable Speaker, we have the framers of the 2010 Constitution put Wanjiko, Nanjala, Chepkurui at the center of it. Public participation, Honorable Speaker. That for you to bring any law, and laws are about people, for you to bring any law that would therefore affect the people of Kenya in any way, you must ask them, Wanjiku, what do you think? Nanjala, what do you think? Chepkurui, what do you think? Public participation. This law has not been subjected to public participation. They want to introduce funny things through the back door. They want to score. Honorable Speaker, I'm a footballer just like you. They want to score with the hand, and they expect the referee to say it's a goal. Honorable Mbadi, we will stop you. The government, we will stop you. We must stop you. And indeed, we are going to support this report that it passes. Honorable Speaker, the government is doing a lot of injustices to this House. The issue that we were debating of Kera roads, Honorable Speaker, the rains have come, the rains are spoiling our roads, but then, instead of government increasing money for these roads, Honorable Speaker, rural roads, because they are not able to build all the tarmac roads that we need, they are reducing. Honorable Speaker, we are going to say no. We say no, we shall say no, and forever say no. This House has powers. This House has teeth. It is going to bite, Honorable Speaker. I want to strongly support this report, Honorable Wanjala, and the team. You have done a good job. And I want to urge my colleagues, turn up in big numbers so that we make a statement to this government that does not listen to the representatives of the people. We were elected, Honorable Speaker. We represent people.
Order. Honorable Wamboka, as a point of order.
Honorable Speaker, thank you for giving me this opportunity. I do want to cut him short, Mheshimiwa Wamboka, but is it right for him to say that this government which does not listen? And our government is the government that listens to the people and to the needs of the people, and we do what is required of us. So is it right for him to say that this government does not listen?
Order, Wamboka. Proceed. Because you have less time to proceed.
Yes, Honorable Speaker. You choose from which lenses to see these things. You can choose to observe from psycho-fancy lenses. That's up to you. You can choose to...
Honorable Wamboka, be moderated. Look, because now you want to stray and you are a very good contributor. You are now using a parliamentary language. Could you conclude?
I'm sorry, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, laws are about the people, and the people are saying no. We are the people's representatives. We were elected. We are the only people who can purport, who can say that we represent people. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, if we say no, a cabinet secretary is an appointee of the president. We have been elected by universal suffrage. So this House has powers, Honorable Speaker. And I want to beseech honorable members, whether whichever side you sit, kindly, this is bad, let's consider Kenya first. I support the report strongly by Honorable Raphael Sauti Bita Wanjala.
The Honorable Karoli Omondi.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Every so often in the history of this House, members come with proposals that serve against their own interests or the interests of the people they purport to represent.
What's your point of order, Honorable?
Mr. Speaker, there is no quorum in this house. And the debate that we have is very sensitive. So, Mr. Speaker, there is no quorum.
Very well. The Sergeant at Arms ring the quorum bell. No. Once the quorum bell is ringing, no member can exit the House. So please take your seat. Honorable, of course, it's only the whips who can go. And I know, Honorable Gongoe, you are not a whip, so take your seat. But the whips are allowed. Honorable members, order, take your seats. There's an honorable member who is upstanding. Honorable members, members rose from his place on standing order number 35. On the issue of quorum, I did confirm that there was no quorum. We have had the quorum bell ring for 10 minutes, and I can still confirm that there's no quorum. And therefore, honorable members, let's be upstanding. Honorable members, and the time now being 8 p.m., this House stands adjourned until Thursday, 6th November 2025 at 2:30 p.m.